This stream is for entertainment purposes. The opinions expressed by the participants might be exaggerated for comedic effect. Harsh language can be used. Thought-provoking or controversial topics may be discussed.
Hello and welcome to Tear Off Your Skin. Hello, Crispy. I'm sorry for being a bit late. I got delayed by the weather.
It's winter.
I hope you're all doing fine. Yeah, it's winter and we have a big snowstorm. So that's also like my hours are weird because like I was outside with my toucan.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I had the same thing. So.
Yeah. Although like the scene behind Crispy looked pretty verdoyant and very nice.
I should change that.
That's
it should be just
digital
snow.
trickery.
It is. It's all smoke and mirrors, folks. All smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Crispy's in fact not outside by a road.
I am, in fact, not in front of this canyon road, which doesn't actually exist except in the fevered mind of an AI. It's not real.
I am, though, in fact, inside a void.
True. I could make that too. I can make that happen. Let's go to the void. There we go.
There you go.
That's better.
That's better. That's fit our dark tone.
It sure does. Yep.
Hello, you crep. So yes, you finally made it on time for the start. Well, I didn't. And Space Roddy. The role of the GM is to make everyone eat their role-playing vegetable. Exactly. Make sure you have like your... All right. I want to make this video because like first it's a good topic, right? The role of the GM. Because we maybe push the boundary a bit and we I guess we offload a lot of the responsibility of the GM on the player, right? Like the player have to role play their own character, which is unusual.
It is, because in most games, and certainly the way I used to run games, I would be doing most of the role playing for everybody, and that's we try very studiously to avoid that. Like we're trying to let players take that control. But does that mean that the game master role is now irrelevant or superfluous to what we're doing? I don't think it is. I'm going to say that the more autonomy the players have over their characters, those items that remain within the aegis of control of the game master are so much more important than what they were before. So that's my take on it. And we can talk about what are the roles and are we trying to eliminate the game master in our games? I would argue that emphatically that no, we're not. We offload some things that were traditionally in the control of the game master because we felt like that was not in keeping with what a good 3D 4D role play experience is going to have. You can't really have an in-character experience if your character is being played by someone else.
And I need to say also, like, I agree with what you said, but also I want to spill the bean right now, right? There's going to be a video response to this guy. Which made a video about the game master responsibility.
Yeah. I normally don't comment on these videos, but he had mentioned the 4D style as being on one extreme, the railroad on the other extreme. And I had tried to make a polite comment and it didn't go well. So I've since disengaged, but it's an important topic. So we thought we would talk about this tonight, tear off some skin and get to the root of it.
And it's his video is a bit long and sometimes a bit rambly, so it might be hard to go through the whole thing. Maybe I'll skip at some point, stuff like that.
Yeah, we probably should.
That's not a dig against him because my video are wrong and rambly, right? So
sure, it took me as like this was more like a video journal of some sort, like you're on the road and make a video, and so that's fine. It's not scripted. We don't do scripted videos very often, so it's fine. It's nothing about that.
But we did do a video reaction last week, right, to a Questioning Beast. So now like that's twice in a week. But since Shauner's passing, people got too comfortable. So
yeah, I don't even know if we can fill, one sandal of Shauner's
No, but
shoes, but still, I mean, I think it's important when people are saying, "Oh, well, these 4D guys, they just want to get rid of the game master." Well, no, we don't. Let's talk about that.
yes, let's talk about that. I guess just started the video. Or you have something else, some caveats you
No,
wanted to
other
do
than
for it?
I would say, just those of you that are going to watch this, please, don't go after this guy. He's got his own thing. He's doing his own thing. The only reason why I would say that Max and I want to talk about this is that he specifically mentions our style, and then when I tried to engage, it just didn't go well. So we just don't want people to misunderstand what it is we're trying to do and what other people claim we're trying to do.
Yeah. Oh, and we have like a very audacious take here from Adept Austin. We're saying the role of the GMs to have fun too.
Heresy.
Well, I'd rather the GM have fun too than the GM being responsible for the fun of everybody else at the table.
Exactly.
When they do like they do like the how would Sean call it, like the after school program special.
Yes, he called it a 6 to 6 after
6
school program, and where you're just basically babysitting your players and telling them it's story time, right? It's like going to the public library on a Saturday and having the little librarian sit down and read you a book.
Yeah.
And obviously we're not doing that, but I do like Adept the underlying idea, which is if the players are there to be surprised and excited and all of that, then why can't the game master have that same experience on some level or another, right? And we are going for that. Shauner used to say that the game master is another player at the table, and in many ways that's true. It's just a different scope.
Yeah, let's listen to this guy a bit, and then we can address those things as they come up through the video or not, right?
Yep.
I'll just play a second. Tell me if you can hear.
Sure. We're going to try to do a video on our little portable.
You can?
Yeah, it's a little quiet.
Right.
I don't know if we can go a little louder, but I can hear. Oh, I guess not. Okay.
I guess not. Maybe.
Hey, Doc.
I guess not. Hello, the Flamingo. I'll press play. I can still hear. I got my headphone.
Yep.
But while that plays for a few seconds, I'm gonna go get my dog.
Yeah, of course.
Portable iPad thing, Bob, here that was graciously donated to the channel.
I'll skip that.
Make a bit of the palace. This place has been we've been doing the service here for a few years now.
I'll skip a bit so you...
Yeah. That's fine. This is all preamble.
The more the players are involved, the better it is for the group, for the players, for the game master, for everybody. Nobody's doubting that whatsoever. And I'm a strong believer in this. I'm a strong believer that the players are there to play. The game master should not be ramming things down their throat, right? And we're familiar with the inevitable ogre or the quantum ogre or whatever you want to take it. So this is where the conductor of the railroad has determined that something's going to take place at point B, and corridor A and corridor C always lead to point B. So no matter what direction.
All right. I wasn't too upset with this start, right?
No, me neither.
You
I'm on the same page.
You talk about like a railroad,
the illusion of choice. Yeah, I'm in agreement here.
Yeah. Like the start of the video, like, and this video didn't make me as upset as last week video. Let's see.
No, and me neither. I just wanted to clarify something that was mentioned.
Yeah, and it's a good topic for discussion. Yeah. So why not, right?
What direction the game master or the players choose to go, the GM is still spinning this thing around, so they end up where the GM wants them at. Now, this might come as a shock, especially to you newer players. That's how it used to be played by a lot of people. That's not saying it's the greatest way to play. Nobody is saying that that's the greatest way to play. And yet, it's traditionally the way it's been played for decades. And
That is true.
Yes, I am still in agreement.
Should I speed him up a bit?
Yeah, go for it.
Go 125.
Yeah,
I'll
let's
go
do it.
125. So people that watch that on replay and that want to make us faster, now you're gonna get him double fast, right? All right.
And as I pointed out in a different video, I've been playing and running games for 50 years. That's 5-0. That's 5 decades. I'm 59. I started around 8 or 7 or 8 years old. Bought my first book at 9. I'm 59. That's 50 years. Right? Just pointing that out to a few people that sometimes, they assume that if you don't role play every day, if you don't game master literally every day, that somehow that doesn't qualify a person experience. Right? So I got
That's a dig at Shauner.
stuff. Right?
It is.
So we're all familiar with, or most of you are familiar with the total player agency. This is where
Shauner was saying that, like, oh, people say I've been playing for 50 years, and like, and he said, well, you didn't play every day. He was saying that tongue in cheek.
Yes, he was.
And also, like, a lot of people like say they've been playing for 50 years, but like they've been out of the hobby for like 15 years and that, right? Or like 20 years and that. That's also something that happen often, right?
Yeah.
Which is normal when you start your adult life. Sometimes you have less time.
Sure.
But
I actually like the BLG guys' take on that particular argument, where they're like, "Yeah, we've got 1 million years of experience." Like they just take it right off the table. Like
because that's also like it doesn't mean shit if you never try to get better, right? Just like
that was Shauner's point when he was a little, and obviously tongue in cheek. He's like, "Well, you've been really doing this that long," but anyway, it's neither here nor there. It's fine. People like to, in the hobby, they like to tell people how long they've been in the hobby. To me, that's not it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, because we could see people, and I guess we've seen people that have been in the hobby for like, that are basically new.
Yes.
Compared to, and they're doing much better, right?
Way better.
Yeah.
It's those of us that have been in it for a while. Like we've been in it for a long time. And it doesn't matter how many years. That to me is a pointless measuring exercise. It's essentially just an argument by authority, right? Like, oh, well, I've been here longer than you, so.
And it's authority that's not like seated on like something very,
No. Anyway, it's not really germane to this. It's just
no.
Maybe you're not. This is where you basically remove the game master from the equation almost entirely. And there are some advocates for this. And a big cornerstone foundation of the fourth dimension of theater of the mind, of total play, is benched in that. The game master should be as minimal as possible.
That's us.
That's us. Okay, so that's what caught my attention, is that a cornerstone of our style of play is to minimize the game master. Let's talk a little bit about how that is true, and then let's maybe take the other side of it.
Yeah. So it's like I said earlier, like it's true that the game master has restriction on what he can do, right? We say you shouldn't move the player, the character, the player's character. I guess that would be the PCs, right? You shouldn't move the PC. You shouldn't tell what the players, what their character feel or think. You should, like, leaving the player agency on that sense. That's
if I can just interject for a second, the way I like to phrase it, Max, and you can tell me what you think about this. I like to phrase it as the game master avoids, absent a force that's identifiable in the fictional world. So absent that force within the fictional world, the game master will not tell the player what his character does, what his character thinks or feels.
Yeah.
So, and they definitely won't be moving the character around, teleporting them to various scenes that they want them to be in. Now, that I like the qualifier absent an identifiable force within the fictional world, because there are instances, we played a Call of Cthulhu game, for example, there could be a force within the game world that would impose on the player character a reaction of some kind. But absent of that, Yeah, we absolutely restrict what game masters can say to a player character, like you do this or you do that or
Yeah.
you feel this or whatever, you see this.
And if somebody like pick you like if a character like an NPC pick your character off the ground and bring him like 3 blocks away, that's not the GM moving the character.
No, it's the
That's the
NPC.
character
It's a
moving a
force.
character, right?
It's exactly, Max. It's
Yeah.
an identifiable force with external to the player character that exists in the fictional world.
Yeah.
So where there's such a force, some people are like, oh, well, you're never going to move. Well, no, if there's an explosion and it tosses a PC, head over heels down a
Because
hill, then
that's
PC doesn't
something
get to say that.
that's something that often people like have a hard time like making the distinction between like the GM moving a character or something in the world moving the character is the same distinction that when we say like don't ask a question to the GM, right?
Yes.
You don't like
Yes.
you as the player don't get to ask a question to the GM, but you can have your character investigate the world.
Yes.
Right. So it's this whole
Yeah.
like it's a distinction, right? You want to
Mhm.
be in the fiction, but those things that's not even reaching 4D. That's still 3D, right?
That's 3D.
Those are
Yeah.
still 3 and 3D.
Yes. Yes, that's the 4D element. It really is just again, this is something that we do for this gentleman to give him a fair shake. Yes, we do limit, or we ask GMs to limit description so that there's room for a player to imagine their surroundings, and in keeping with the tone of the game and the word is overused, but the verisimilitude of the fiction, so that it makes sense. They can add things to it within that limited scope. It's not they can add whatever they want. No, it's based on that shared understanding between all of the people at the table. But we do take, so in other games traditionally, you would have the game master interject on every round to tell you, to narrate everything. And we ask game masters to restrain themselves a little bit. Don't talk so much. You shouldn't be talking 90% of the time like I tend to want to do. You want to pull back so that the players can be more engaged.
Yeah. Pulling back is like, for me, it's a bigger like it's the big skill to learn as a GM. Being able to let go of control and say like, just get out of the way of your player, of your, they're gonna do stuff with their character. If you let them, they're gonna do stuff, right? And because like the co-creation is the big part of the co-creation. Oh, look at that. Okay, Dolo.
Hey, look at that. Hey,
I found $10 on the ground today, and then
hey Dolo, that's really kind of you. Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, can you put Doc's question up? I'd like to go to that question because I think it's a good one.
Yeah. I was about to do it.
Yeah. So
question,
Doc. Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
With my best question. What about GMs inserting innocuous setup things like you're heading to the store for milk when, or you're checking your horseshoe on the road when?
Okay, so the way I handle this, Doc, it's a good question. And I think it's important to, like, we talk about the game. One of the key roles of the game master is to introduce obstacles or other things that are in the world that the players can then decide if they're going to engage with it or not. So in yours, the only thing I would change in our style is I don't say you're heading to the store when. The player would say, I'm on my way to the store. And then if there was something that happened, I would describe what happens. I don't have to say you're heading to the store or you're checking your horse's shoe. The player would say, you know what? The horse is, I got to check the shoe of this horse here. And then I can say off to the, 10 feet away, something reflects the sun. There's a shiny metal object. A shiny metal object lies in the dirt just off the side of the road. Something I can do that without narrating back to the player because I don't want to get in the habit of restating what a player has already said. In our style, the player would have said, I'm heading to the store for milk. I'm checking the horse's shoe. And then there's ample room for the game master, if they're going to introduce something at that point, then they can introduce it without restating everything. Does that make sense, Doc? I hope I'm answering your question. So like that's setting up the innocuous things that might be important or may not.
Like the restating thing was something I was about to say, because like if the character say like, oh, I need to go, like his character is saying to the other character, or he's just saying as an action is doing, I'm going to the store getting for milk, right? I'm heading I'm getting out to head toward the store. The GM doesn't have to restate that. And if you want to have something happen to the horseshoe while he's on the road, just say that, oh, your horse is starting to walk funny.
Yeah.
Or he's starting to,
the horse's gait stumbles. It's favoring the horse is favoring its back, its right hind leg. That's all I'd say. Then that the player can interact with that how they choose. So
and if you decide not to interact with it, then you can like have some. There can be an escalation, right?
There can the complication, the obstacle, exactly. Problems ignored or problems multiplied. So it could become problem and even more of a problem. And now the horse is rolling, and now you have to make an agility roll, or the horse rolls on top of you, breaking your leg. So there's things that can happen. So I hope that makes sense. K Dolo, he has a good explanation here. It's a difference between you enter the bar and you see a scruffy bartender, or just saying at the end of the bar, a scruffy bartender with a dirty rag wipes out a glass, a glass mug or whatever. Like that's what we're saying is that, I state what's there without going into the you see, you do this, you are.
Yeah. And when we talk about like because like the big crock of the 40 is the co-creation thing, right? And we say like we give a license to player to fill in the blank, but they have to fill in the blank with something that fit the blanks, right? They cannot just say like you need to make sense. It's not like they cannot like come up with anything that is like fantastical in a mundane setting or whatever, right? Just like you need to fit the context and the setting.
That's true.
And but like the thing is like when you give, for like in my opinion, when you give the license for the player to fill in the blank first as a GM, you don't have to describe every single little thing that is in the scene. You just describe what is needed, what is noteworthy.
That's right.
And what is needed to set the tone, right?
You focus the camera, like the camera of the mind's eye, on what the key element of the scene, the body on the floor, the saucepan on the range that's on fire, right? You don't focus on the irrelevant, but at the same token, we each handle this differently. Max GM slightly different than Phil, I'm different as well. I'm always thinking of, I want to be focused on the conflict. So I'm constantly, in my descriptions, I'm looking for conflict, whether that's the world is providing some conflict because the weather is changing, whatever it may be. Like it's got to be something that's, I like to think of the conflict. Phil is, when his style is much more centered around the people in the world and the natural interactions with the people, because he's very good at role-playing NPCs in a natural way. So, and then Max, you have your own style too. Max does things differently as well. Max is kind of a mix of the two, actually. It works well. And you can just too much detail. Again, what he's right. This gentleman is right. I don't know his name, but he's right in that we are limiting the game master from his traditional role of teleporting the party around, telling the people what they think, telling them what they know, telling them what they should be doing, giving them option A or B, but you better always turn left and never split the party. And putting all of those guardrails on the game, because traditionally that's what game masters would do. They're there to provide the guardrails, and here's the clear path that you should take. And we do avoid that, and we do put our own limitations on that.
To keep going with the, like, if they enter a bar, right? The character enter a bar, you can describe like the ambience of the bar. Is the bar crowded? What kind of clientele it is? But you don't have to describe like every single patron that is here, right? Because also what we want to avoid is like, we want to avoid like those questions like, oh, is there an old man around, right? Well, it's a dive bar in a village, right? You can assume there's going to be an old man, so you can just like you can fill in. That's a blank that is allowed to fill in, right? And but we're gonna come talk more about that later, I guess, when he keep on talking about agency. Let me play a bit.
Yeah, let's play it a little bit, but I think we should, just and hopefully we'll get back to this. We're trying to argue his case at this point that yes, we are changing the GM's role. And now maybe we'll get a chance to say how we're emphasizing other parts of the GM's role.
Yeah. Well, I try not to add too much detail unless someone wants to engage with it. What's the point of describing the? Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. An integrated mosaic if no one gives a shit. I agree with that.
It's low resolution first. It only becomes high resolution as player characters engage. If they don't engage, then why focus in on something that's not important?
Because it just slow down the game, right? Too.
Yeah.
Just and for some people, maybe that's what the game's about, describing the mosaic tile in the bathroom and stuff like that. But
sure.
That's not what I care about.
No.
Possible. As evasive as possible. Okay. That's what you're shooting for. The elimination, in essence, of that role from the table. Okay. As opposed to the opposite. The opposite, once again, like I said, I had the privilege of actually playing the first edition white edition, the original stuff, because my best friend's brother owned it. That's how I got started. And then his brother bought the very first issue of the basic box set. I bought the same one, Shorts 9. Now, right? So we're on the same page with that. 50 years. So back then, the Dungeon Master ran the show. The Dungeon Master created, if we didn't have a pre-packaged, a pre-bought world, and at that time, we were working with Greyhawk that came with the basic set. Prior to that, we were making things up ourselves. And we were young and inexperienced, and frankly, nobody did this stuff. Very, 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 very few people in my tiny little town that I grew up in even know what this stuff was. So when the Satanic Panic broke out, it was pretty devastating to a lot of small rural communities and people like myself. Anyway, so back in the day, the literal railroad, you were not only the conductor, you were the engineer, you were the brakeman, the track foreman, the chef. That's all kind of rolled hand in hand with being in this, total control position of the Dungeon Master. It wasn't from...
Here it does kind of establish two extreme, right? On one side, the GM being in total control, doing the railroad and stuff like that. And I agree, that would be one side, where basically I often say the player are just there as audience member when the GM is telling them a story with the character that they created sometime, right? So I guess that's one extreme, and it's usually an extreme that agreed upon that it's not great.
Right.
And the other extreme, and I wouldn't have problem saying that we're on the other extreme of that. Especially when we do when we go with very little or no prep, right? Like we often do. But that I would agree with that, but doesn't mean that we want to eliminate the GM completely. We still have a role.
And you will not find a game of ours, of which there are many now online, where we don't have a game master. And if you watch even a few minutes of the game, you'll be able to quickly identify who it is as the game master. So it's not that they're not there. They are there. But as you say, he's showing the two extremes. Again, are we trying to eliminate the role of game master? He maintains yes. I would say that you could only argue we are if the game master has to always be God of the world, where the game master is the ultimate authority and everyone just has to take everything the game master says and has no real agency, right? They're just... So do you want me do you want to just quickly go through this? So 1D, 2D, 3D?
I'll go through that quickly, because that's sometimes that we maybe bear to repeat.
Yeah.
The one those are dimension of it's basically the level of engagement you have with the game. That's how I would describe it. The 1D game is you're just there for laugh. You're just gonna make joke. It's just an occasion for a social occasion. Basically, you just get there with friends and eat pizza, drink some beer, make out of context joke, 80s reference, this kind of stuff, right? The game
Yeah,
is
the
a
game is
pretext
the
to
game's
get
in the
together.
background. It's not the
Exactly.
it's not the focus of the activity.
Yeah.
The activity is hanging out with friends, which we all
Exactly.
enjoy doing, but the game is
Yeah.
in the background.
Yeah, the game is an excuse to get together.
Yep.
The 2D game, you start like bringing the game a little more in the forefront.
Yeah, the game's the focus for sure.
It's more serious, but you're not gonna stay in character. You're gonna ask a lot of out of character question. You play the game very much as a game in the sense like basically as a board game oftentimes, right? And you're gonna ask a question like, oh, can my character do this? Can my character do that? Is the door locked? Instead of just saying like, I go to check if the door is locked, right? Talking in character. So there's going to be a lot of like out of character and sometimes still some joke. There's going to be a lot of like tactical combat planning in the, oh no, you should move there.
Yep.
And then on my turn, I'm going to move in the back and then we can do the flanking maneuver and stuff like that. You have a lot of this level of talk, right?
Yeah.
That's where the 2D game is going to be.
Yep.
When you go to the 3D game, you try to stay as much as possible in character, right?
So again,
if you want, the whole time. So in your turn, you say where your character is, what your character does, what your character says, right?
Yep.
If you want to have information about the world, you don't ask a question as the player to the GM. You have your character investigate the world or ask an NPC. Or you find other way, like
just like you would in the real world. Like if in the
Exactly.
real world you walk up to an abandoned house, you wonder if the door is locked. You don't just ask the clouds, "Is the door locked?" No, you'd walk up and test the doorknob. So in a 3D, like you like somebody had said in the comments, you inhabit that character. You are that character. You're role playing that character, and the focus is on staying in character, role playing.
And you should be seeing the world through the eyes of a character and stuff like that, as much as possible. And the 40 is gonna be everything from 3D, but we add this kind of co-creation element to it, where that's what we're talking about earlier, like where you're allowed to fill in the blank, right? So you don't have to if you're in a bar, you don't have to as a GM like, oh, is there you don't have to like, okay, you're in the bar, you want to smash a glass on somebody's face, right? The 2D way would be asking the GM, is there a glass on the bar? And then the GM will say yes.
And then they'll say, can I grab the glass?
Can I grab the glass? And the GM say, well, yes. And then, okay.
And then
I smash.
Then they'll say, I smash the glass on them. They'll start rolling dice.
What do I roll to smash the glass?
And they'll ask the question, what do I roll to do? Now, to be fair to those of you that like to engage in role playing that way, that is by far the most common experience of the game. And for us too, that up until recently, very recently for some of us, that's exactly how we played. And that was what we considered to be good role play. It was only after kind of coming to this idea that, well, what if we tried to stay in character the whole time?
And if you were to do like the same scene in 3D, where you don't have the co-creation license, you could just say, I look for a glass on the counter, right?
Yeah,
so instead of
say the action,
asking the GM, you're just describing what your character is doing, and then the GM say, yeah, there's many glass on the counter,
and the GM would just describe what is there, like what is there according to what you see. But that's basically the breakdown. I hope that helps.
And when you go to 4D, where you have this co-creation limit, you're in the bar is open, it's busy and stuff like that. You can assume that there's glass on the counter, so you can go straight to grab a glass on the counter and smash it in the guy's face, right? And then you make your roll and stuff like that.
Exactly. Do you want to?
You just cut this step there.
And you still like in our style, you're still going to roll. Like there's still a chance of failure. You're going to have that. You're going to engage with the rule. Like we ask all players to know the rules, and know the mechanics and how to resolve things. So the game master has an important role in that. The game master will set the difficulty of that task, and then you roll, and the game master will say the success or failure, or, critical success, critical failure. There's a question here from K Dolo. Oh, Tyler's here. Fantastic.
Hey,
Just
I'm
say
fashionably.
hello to Tyler. Welcome to the void.
Yes, I'm fashionably late. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to?
question.
Yeah,
Which
Kato,
one?
his question. He says he has a question about 3D. How do you resolve what your character knows about the lore of something? Like you have a
Good
one dot
question.
in vampire lore as a mage
Okay.
in World of Darkness.
Do
Do you want to tackle that, or do you want me to take a crack at it first? I've only played one game of Werewolf, so I'm not real clear on World of Darkness. I know a little bit of the rules, but not very much. The way I would handle this personally, and this is how we've experimented this in some of our games. If it comes to a lore question, then if there is going to be something that the player character would know, one of the beauties of 4D is that if you call for a roll, then you call for the roll, and if it's a success, then the player will tell you what the lore is, and then that forevermore becomes the lore. We're not married to published lore from before. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Max, you want to jump in here? So in other words, we're not so concerned about the staying true to a published. Well, in Star Wars Legends, we don't do that a lot. If it's something that the player character would know, the player character will say it. We'll all make a note of it, and forevermore, that is the lore according to that player. Now, that player character could be wrong. It doesn't mean that they're right all the time. They just, according to their understanding and their dice roll mechanic to know it, success or failure, they say it. Is it
can
right?
even be wrong. It can even be like factually wrong, while that is what everybody in this world believe, right?
Yeah, and maybe that's not
It's
the
most
underlying
commonly,
truth, but it's accepted truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's common knowledge. It's and
which a lot of is wrong.
yeah. And to answer the first question on how to resolve it in 3D, that is an interesting challenge, but I do it in ways to sort of ask without asking. Kadolo, I think there is an in-character resolution to that, which just some examples off the top of my head. I think back to books published on this subject, and that's a prompt for the GM to go, okay, it would be common knowledge that ... Or if it's so common that you don't even need to think about it, then the GM could do a little bit of lore. You don't want to do a lot of this, but maybe an extra sentence just of, obviously this is the case. Obviously, being a red dragon, they're very resistant, if not immune to fire. Right? And I wouldn't even do that unless you had you knew they were new players, and you if you knew someone was playing, for example, a wizard in Dungeons and Dragons that has very high knowledge, but you knew that player had next to no knowledge of the Forgotten Realms of how the fantasy world works, then you could do prompts like that, right?
Yeah.
We had this come up in a game. We had this very thing come up, and it was the way it was handled. So this is it was Rick's character. He's playing a mage. We were using an OSR title for the game system, and he was looking at carvings on the side of a underground facility, this cave, and he made a lore check to see if he could decipher it. And I described the success, because in that game I was describing successes, players were describing their failures, and I described the symbols on the wall rearranging themselves such that they now made sense and said this. So his lore check was correct, and it allowed me to go into a tiny what is that called? Exposition dump without it being, well, you remember. Right, no, it was he used his skill, and his skill deciphered the message, and the message says this. And so we did that.
What I want to say about this, I'm really not a fan of published setting.
No, we don't do a lot of it.
too much. Like I hate the actually in that setting this is how it goes, right? Like
Mm.
I think that because I think like usually, what you gain from the published setting is not worth the breaking the flow of the game, right? For having lore accurate stuff.
Mhm.
If you want to play in a specific world, like either it's something that people have a good understanding of, and you just like go with it. If you're a bunch of Star Wars fan, I guess you can play in Star Wars world.
Mhm.
But you also have to understand that from session one, you're in an alternate universe.
Mm.
And then if something gets wrong, but it's stated like, don't like being accurate is not worth it. It's not
Yeah.
worth like breaking the flow to be lore accurate, right?
And be open to the idea that there are exceptions to the rule. Your character knows what is commonly true, but this thing is different. This thing's caught you
Yeah.
off guard. That's why I like published settings like Galarian, Pathfinder settings, where they leave a lot of stuff intentionally vague.
Yeah.
They don't explain things, and they've maintained, though they do a lot of stuff with the writing that I absolutely despise right now. They have at least maintained things like the god of humanity, Eridan, he disappeared, and we're not going to tell you if he's dead, if he's off doing something. We're never going to close that loose end. That's for you to figure out in your own adventure, or not, And that's just one big example. So I think if you are going to do a published setting, that's kind of the way to do it.
And you can agree, like on session 0, go with a few bullet point, right, on the big line that are going to be important, right? That okay, this is what we know, this is what's going to be true, and then like those blank can be filled by the character, just like by the player, just saying like, oh, okay, no, I remember like the king Leopold, and like, oh, you know that the king was named Billy Bob, right? Who the fuck care? Just like, you didn't mention it before.
Right.
And now like a character is making it up, right? Now it's becoming that, right? Because it doesn't really matter. And think about when you watch a movie and stuff like that, right? Although like a lot of the setting we like come from movies, and movies that are well made, oftentimes they don't like give you like usually don't give you like a lore dump from the start, right? There's some exception. And then when they do, they try to keep it like fairly short, right?
Right.
Which is what we do in session 0. And you figure out the setting as you watch, right? The same thing in a game. You figure out the setting as you play, right?
Right.
And then you have all those nerds that like get super engrossed in that setting, and then want to go back and fill in all the blank and do the side story and the fanfic and stuff like that. But that's not that's not how the fiction is presented from the start, right? So think about that.
And
so setting,
you can kind of think of playing in a published setting as organically doing those side stories, like doing a what if you wanted to do it like that, right? That's one way that you could do it. That's
I like that.
yeah, that's not a bad way. Yeah, that's not a bad way to describe it. Yeah, that's
like for 1D, like it's almost like a Mario Kart, like
like a Mario Party or something. Yeah,
like Mario Party,
yeah.
like Smash Bros. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, 2D. But yeah, I think that's a good analogy. Scroll limit.
The MMO one, man, that's shockingly accurate. Especially the way the post 4th edition game design has gone.
Yeah. And you say like 40 does require consideration for common sense, and definitely co-creative effort,
Right, yeah. If you have a player that would use, oh, my character's smart, so he happens to know that this creature is weak to my abilities, then it's like, okay, man, right. Like, then you get into you're not trying to roleplay, you're trying to win the game, which is a different thing, right? And people, sorry, I just wanted to mention that on the thing of like, because some people talk about like, we've said before on multiple occasions, right? You don't want to try to win the game of a tabletop RPG, and some people have a pushback to that. Like, what do you mean? The point of a game is to win? Okay, it's one of the points. But also think about other games you play that don't involve role playing. it gets annoying when somebody tries to push the boundaries and do the exact letter of the rule and go, oh, well, hold on, what do they mean by this rule? And then they pause even a board game and look up errata text for like 10 it's like, dude, can we just play the game, man? Win or
But
lose,
also,
it doesn't matter that much, right?
about the winning the game also, like I think like because people like get the win condition wrong in role playing game, right?
That's also
Like
true.
role playing game or cooperative game, like the
Mhm.
GM is there to provide challenge for the character and stuff like
Right.
that, which is part of the role of GM. We're back on topic now. But ultimately, like the GM is not opposing the because like if the GM wants to win, you could, right? So
Mhm.
we have to strike out the idea that there's a competition between GM and player, because the power is so different that makes no sense. So clearly those games are cooperative. So clearly the win condition is not to defeat the scenario or like that. The win condition, in my opinion, in RPG, is to preserve the verisimilitude of the world and have like a vraisemblable, like a believable
Believable.
outcome, right?
Mhm.
Like yeah, that's the win condition. That's how you win at RPG, right? If
Mhm.
you've been in character, the world makes sense, event happen, right? There's a story that unfolded.
Yep.
That's the win condition.
Mhm.
So yeah, you should win at RPG.
You should.
Yeah. And I wanted to before we go outside of the lore and we go back to the video, Sly Blue Demon was saying like, then what is the point if you have X dot in lore skill? If you succeed, you roll and it's still wrong, right? That's something also with the 4D stuff, right? When you allow the co-creation and you allow the guy to fill in the blank, you can then tell them like to make a lore skill or something. Like I'm very lax on that sense, and I encourage my player before blurting some lore to make a roll, right?
Yeah.
And we see the roll, and if you fail, you can just say that I don't remember what that is, right? Or you can set up something that is like patently we understand it's going to be wrong, right? Stuff like that. Like as a GM, I saw you fail your roll. You said something. Well, it's not going to be that. You said something and you succeeded your roll. Well, it's going to be that, right?
Yeah.
So
And it might be a surprise to NPCs in the world. Like they might look at you and say, really? I thought it was something else. But no, you succeeded in that. So that's what I'm saying. If they succeed and they've got the skill or whatever, then as far as I'm concerned, that's the right lore from there on. What's important, and this is why we're doing a campaign right now, is we want to make sure that that stays consistent, so that we're not constantly moving it around, and now it breaks the believability because there's no consistency in the world. The world has to remain consistent. So anyway, it's a good question. Comes up a lot.
Yeah, and on the flip side to that, I would also say like there are situations where you would succeed or get a super high roll, like say your game mechanic gives you a auto success on d20s or something like that, but you're making a diplomacy check to like tell the king to kill himself, right? Okay, that's not gonna
yeah, that's a separate issue. I wouldn't
yeah.
say that's a flip side, Tyler. I would say that what you're talking about is any game where you can suddenly have I rolled 20 and now I seduce the dragon, or I convince the king to hand over the keys to the kingdom. No, a success in that is just that the king decides that you're funny and he just throws you out rather than lopping your head off, and the dragon's like, I like your chutzpah, but yeah, maybe I'll just eat one arm instead of both arms, and that's your 20. It's not like I get to decide now that the dragon is now infatuated with me. Yeah, that's a separate, in my mind, that's not quite the same as the lore question. It's the can I auto succeed on a 20 on a ridiculous skill that breaks the world.
It could be similarly though with the lore thing of this is something that nobody has written about. This is something that no one does know about. So you succeed as much as you could succeed. You could make an educated guess.
So you're not killed. You're just imprisoned. Like
exactly. Or it could be the confidence of your knowledge, like you said earlier, is like, yeah, you're saying something that's wrong, but it's worded in such an academic way that it seems intelligent, and you get people, oh, okay, I guess so. I guess we'll go do that then. This guy's smart, you know. So that's a way that you could do a yes, you succeed. However, there are complications, and you were only as right as you could have been given the circumstance. There's nuance to it, right? I'm just trying to think of possible answers askance to that.
Before we go back to the video, do you want to try to take a crack at that?
How would you guys handle character-specific knowledge, like character knows that the demon speaks in riddles or something, and let the character choose to act or not act on this info to the party?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. And those specific character knowledge,
I think I see what he's at. So, as in not saying that aloud to the group, so that the whole, the 5-int or whatever fighter knows this information, that because you're saying it. Obviously, if you say this just aloud to the group, everybody now has this knowledge out of character, and even if you're trying to act in character, it can be, now you're sort of playing two ways of thinking, like, okay, I can't act on that knowledge because I don't actually have it. Occasionally I will like direct message somebody or pass somebody a note if I think it's that important, right?
I tend to trust my player that, like, I just like speak out loud and stuff like that, right? And just like, and they know, and they don't tend to meta game. But like, because like what troubled me in that question is like, oh, you know that the demons speak in riddle. Like, did you just make the demon speak in riddle, and then like the character can figure it out? Like, you have to make, like, and if your player are not too smart and they're playing like smart character, you kind of have to make it obvious.
And there's a dice mechanic in there somewhere, I assume.
Dice mechanic.
So I would lean into the dice mechanic. The character is smart. The character makes an intelligence check. It's a success. Run with it. Like, and that doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be the co-creation thing, but it's so much easier with co-creation. I would recommend just trying it. It's not a large leap. It sounds like a large leap. It's not. If you can convince players to be in character, it is a tiny yet significant step to move to, hey, you have license to create some things here. You're in character. Create something so that you can stay in character.
And it's a good thing, because like once they're in character, when they start like seeing the world through the eyes of the character, right? They're not looking at Mini on a table. They're not looking at their character sheet so much, right? They're in their mind's eyes is focused on the scene, and they're seeing that from the eyes of the character, right? They're naturally filling the blank, and they'll naturally like go interact with the world, and then like they're gonna make stuff happen, like, and stuff come into existence by interacting with it in that sense, right? Same thing when they hear the riddle, right, or the demon speak. Also, like, maybe as a GM, like, if I want to make like the demons, like, probably like the demon's probably gonna be like, I'm just gonna come up with the demon like last minute because I don't really prep, right? And then I'm gonna decide to make him speak in riddle and stuff like that. Those are gonna be like made on the spot. But I'm not trying to challenge the player. I'm trying to, so I'm not a big fan of the puzzle and stuff like that. I want the player to think of try to step out of character to try to figure out an enigma, right? Just like, so there's another kind of thing I tend to use in the game.
And I would just say to the commenter there, who says that his players are still new, that's not a liability. That's an asset.
Yes.
This is so much easier to teach to new people that don't have the habit of, can I do this? Can I do that? No, you don't have to ask me questions. It's not Mother May I.
Crispy and I think, have the most experience with that, with having an old group of players that are, for most respects, for great players, great friends, great people to be around, and we still want to play with them. But yeah, it is frustrating you stop playing for a month or two, the old habits come back. If they're new and the habits aren't there, that's fantastic. You've got a blank slate, right? So And if you are really worried about like them not grasping it, do one thing at a
Okay.
time. Every session, do like, all right, now we're introducing X, Y, or Z. Could be.
But St. James is saying there, like, it's crazy when people don't lean into the specific medium strength. Like a video game with 10 hours of cutscene. If I want to watch a movie, I watch a movie. TTRPG can be collaborative. Why not? That's
Yeah.
something like I've been playing like Jedi
Oh
Fallen
God.
Order
I couldn't-
recently,
I couldn't
and
get
there's
through
some
that
good mechanic
game.
in there. But like maybe I have 1 hour or two to play a video game.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend like half of it like watching cutscene.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Driving me
It's-
mad.
Right.
That's one reason I like Dark Souls so much. Anyway,
Yeah.
let me
And I
press,
mean,
press
even
play
think.
for a little bit.
Yeah, and I
Mhm.
mean, even think of like it's it's one of my favorite scenes from the Conan the Barbarian film. Is the I can't even remember his. It might have been Conan the Destroyer actually, but the sorcerer is giving his big monologue, and in the middle of it, Conan just enough talk, and he pulls his dagger and throws it at. And
Yeah,
looking at
sure.
half of these actual plays, that's what I want one of these characters to do. I'm like, tell this guy to shut up, throw a dagger at somebody.
Enough talk. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
play.
Was from there. And if you look at the Bronstein connection, you can see the very early baby steps of player agency, where players
Yep,
not only
that's
want
right.
to be more involved, they really need to be as involved as possible in as many of the processes and steps of the game creation and campaign as possible. So ideally, when we talk about session 0, you should actually have session 0.1 and session 0.2 as well. And this is where we sit down as a group and decide on things. What kind of, what's the sandbox going to look like? Are there major factions? Are there something we need to worry about? What's the pantheon? Is this are we in a setting, a genre where we need to worry about the gods and goddesses? Do we need to not worry about that? So all that is something you cannot get done in session 0. If you think you can,
Why not?
It's also, well, I think it doesn't. I think kind of have a point there, right? Because like you don't want to use your session 0 to be like 15-hour, right? Necessarily, like,
Oh,
and
sure.
you cannot define like every, because also like if you put too much detail in your session 0,
Mm.
players won't remember anyway. So it's like
Mm-mm.
wasted effort. And then like some player will remember some, and then some other player won't, and then it's gonna be like they're gonna blurt out something that goes against what have been defined, and then like now you got into the actually we decided in session 0 that it's gonna be this way. Oh, I forgot about that, right? Just like,
That sort of goes with how I feel about recaps, which is something I tell my players, which is if you can't remember it, then it wasn't important, and
Yep.
it might as well not have happened,
mhm.
right? Obviously, if like somebody's forgotten something major, which occasionally happens, great, cool, but like we don't need to, right? So if you do feel the need to have a 15-hour long session 0 because of all of this, there's probably a lot of stuff that's superfluous in there, right?
Yes.
And I'm an editor, right? So I'm biased by my job being writing to people, cut out half of this, you don't need it here, right? There's the famous Mark Twain letter I wrote long because I didn't have time to write short. But it's kind of the inverse here. Cut it down. We don't need all of this. We're probably never going to interact with it in the game anyways.
But that also goes back also to the co-creation thing, right? Like where and the resolution, like increasing the resolution through play as we go, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's some big line you want to say, right? In the session 0, okay, it's gonna be like this type of setting. It's a medieval fantasy setting.
Mm-hmm.
How common is magic? Okay, those are kind of like big line we can define, right? Most people know what magic is, or do they believe in it, right? What kind of religion you have. That's fair, right? But like every specific, like, there's many gods. It's a poetistic society.
And
do you have to name them all?
And you know what's so
No.
lame is when there's like a big evil cult, but you know about it session 0, so there's no
Yeah.
like reveal and there's no intrigue, and you go, oh, it's these guys. You see them wearing the funny robe, and I imagine all the cultists are going, what? Oh, man, you already know? Well, dang.
And then with all the faction, like, like there's like don't blow off your load before like it's before it's the moment to do it appropriate, right? Just like,
Right, and I think that's part of like half of the point of doing any prep is, having a secret here and there, right? And I think Crispy, you've said like have a secret every session, and if it never comes up, then chuck
Throw it away,
throw
get
it
a new
away.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. And the problem with having your session 0.1.2 is that are there too many secrets left that aren't left anymore, right? Have you kind of looked at the wiki for the game before you've played it? Is that what you've done here, right? You've figured out that before you've ever played Fallout New Vegas, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go rush to Chance's Folly, grab the combat knife here, and then it's like, well, you're kind of cheating yourself of a lot of the game there. And that's not even really a role playing game in the sense we're talking about, right?
Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think you need like session 0.1?
Sometimes I wouldn't.
Maybe.
I don't have any. We've had
We did-
some
we did-
games
we did-
where
we
we
did-
did
we did,
multiple
yeah.
session zeros,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Because we were
good.
like, yeah, it still feels like there's just not enough here, and so we went back and fleshed it out some more, and I'm glad we did. So I don't have any. I don't think you need to have 10 hours of prep.
Right, right.
No.
But if it's needed, then yeah, do another one. No
Sure,
problem.
yeah.
Also, we gotta admit, like sometimes, people like sometimes criticize us of making like too long session 0, right? And like because also we goof off together, right? And we joke and we
Yeah, that's true.
And,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we just like we like hanging out together, right? That's our time also, like to just like sometimes like
Yeah.
And also sometimes when we do like session 0. We start very with nothing, like okay, like the first thing we discuss is like what kind of setting, what kind of system do we want to try, right?
That's true. Yeah.
So of course, like then that takes a lot of
Sure.
if you do a
Right,
session
yeah,
0, say okay, I want to run a game with this system and that
That's-
setting.
That's fair, and I'm always
And that's
thinking
the premise I
session
have.
0. We've already decided those things because with my own group, I
Yep.
just I pop like a poll in the Discord, and then we figured out all that, and then so when we
Yeah,
meet,
exactly.
we've already
Which-
got all it. So yeah,
Which
that's-
is a sensical way to do stuff. We often don't do that.
yeah.
First, also because like we record those and broadcast those,
Mhm.
but also because like we like hanging out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And half the
It's
that-
a little bit of a 1D, 2D kind of
Yeah,
scratch.
that's
Scratches
very
the itch.
that's very true. A lot of the times you show up for a session 0 or something, and like one person can't make it, and you'll crack out half of a character or the concept of a character, and then you'll get to like a skill or an ability that's interesting, and you'll go, "Oh, that reminds me of," and then you're 2 hours
Yeah.
down a rabbit hole.
That's
and-
true, Tyler. I like riffing off others.
Yeah.
It's one of the advantages of a session 0, and this is where I think we're on the same page as this gentleman,
Mhm.
is that it does give that opportunity to go in interesting directions before we've committed to anything. We can just riff off people. What about this? What about a fuel for our sci-fi game? What about
Mhm.
2 types of fuels? What if there's a fuel for this? And
Mhm.
and it's not. What's nice about it is it avoids the common trap of GM burnout. If the
Mhm.
GM is just constantly mining their own imagination,
Yeah.
no matter how deep that well may be,
Right.
it's going to eventually come to a point where you're like, it just feels like work that I'm trying to come up with all this.
Yeah.
Why not have your players involved?
Yeah.
They'll go in surprising directions. It's so much better.
It's a much more efficient way to do stuff as well, because like, it's almost like you just try to like sync up with your wavelength, right, on the setting on what
Yeah.
you're doing,
Yeah.
you're going to do. So instead of like just the GM like doing all the work on his side, and then like, oh, okay, here's what I thought of. Like here's all the thing. Like I have all this big package, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we talk about the role of the GM, like a lot of the people think of that, right? Oh, you're supposed to create the world and stuff like that. I say, well, why?
Why does it have to? Yes, you're going
Right.
to be an important component of it because at the end you have editorial control. So you
Yes.
can. So if someone says, "Well, wouldn't it be interesting if there's a crime syndicate that's chasing us?" Well, maybe there's a crime syndicate chasing you. That's going to be something that we'll find out, and
Yeah.
that's why I'm a big proponent of coming up with a couple secrets that may or may not come into play, and then new ones next week. And just coming up with some of those is enough to keep it fresh in your mind, and then fresh for the players too. Because while they said, well, maybe it's something like this, but they don't know for sure that it's that. There's always that chance that I'm going to take what Tyler says, I'm going to take what Max says, I'm going to maybe combine the two, smash them together, come up with something that's very similar to that, but not quite the same, so I can subvert their expectations and have something that's new and surprising.
Yeah, and if you do the like this syncing up well enough, right? And like first you got a setting and a premise that the players are interested in playing,
Mhm.
which is a good thing.
It's a very
And
good
then
thing.
like and then they're allowed to make assumption about the world because like they were there when the whole thing was discussed, right? And we have this agreement about what it is, right?
Mhm.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna bring like we're in ancient Rome, and then suddenly like I take off my AR-15, right? Just
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, or letting Tim Kaine talked about this a while ago, creator of Fallout 1 and I believe he worked on 2 as well. With not a session 0 is a good place to not accidentally let somebody make a useless character. You know, a one trick pony where their trick is not relevant to the theme or
Yeah.
setting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
Laudog got a very good
can
question
happen.
here.
Yeah.
Hello, Laudog. You said, would you guys say that a game sorry, would you guys say that the more crunchy a game is, the harder it is to achieve 40? Meanings are a lot of rules and obstacles since 40 relies so much on GM player mastery of whatever system is used. I think yes, to some extent. I think like some games that are more crunchy are going to be harder to play, but I also oftentimes it's in the way that the crunch is done.
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
games that have a lot of like mechanical bit that you kind of like to refer to and that are hard to describe in your natural action, right? Or like a lot of things like like I often use the example like I use my 3 of the small, right, to get this bonus and stuff like that. Like you have to communicate that, and because the name they gave is kind of like it's a thematic name, thematic word for it, but you cannot like work that into a sentence, a natural sentence, right?
Right. And it also helps when like the description of these abilities has flavor with the thing. So you'll note that sometimes in say something that uses Vancian casting, you know, any of your
Yeah.
D&D's D&D clones, sometimes the spell's description will be XYZ happens, then roll 36 damage or, you know, save whatever, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes though it's very very dry and it just sort of is a block of stats and numbers, and then on one hand you could look at that as, oh, that's carte blanche to flavor it however I want. On the other hand you could go, okay, now I have to come up with all this stuff on the spot because the game's not doing any work for me, it's just ones and zeros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My comment on this,
yeah.
Law Dog, if I could weigh in on this, I think that you can play crunchier games in this style. However, for each added complexity in the rule system, you have to have that much trust in one another that everyone is going by all of the action economy and everyone's using all of the things and it's all got to be correct. And it is a harder task because now we have to assume that everyone knows all of the various sub games and mechanics and little mini games to do these various things, because we're trying not to just go into that the mechanical game speak that's
Right.
out of character.
And-
so I think you can do it, but it does assume that you've all achieved a level of system mastery that you don't have to see, like if you're playing Shadowrun, all right, so what do I add again to get my dice pool and how many successes am I looking for? And, you know, we're trying to eliminate that. So obviously it's going to be a little challenging. However, we're looking forward to Max's game, which does have a certain degree of crunch to it. And we are trying we're going to try to work with that to see that, yeah, we can or we can't.
Yeah, that's what I was about to chill for my own game. Like that's because like when I'm writing this game, Bastard Sword, right? And that's the one question I'm trying to solve, right? Can you have a crunchier game, but where the rules crunch serve role play instead of getting in the way, right? So like amongst the way that I try to do that is to have like those thing that you can activate, right? They all have action names, so you can say like, oh, I'm driving the guy
Right.
2 step back, right? And then like you just communicated what you had to, but
Mhm.
basically you just said what your character was doing, right? It's just like
Mhm. Yeah.
just
yeah.
using, even if you just use the mechanical name of the thing you're doing,
L-
you're still like you're still making sentence that feel natural, right?
Likewise, you can do a lot of weight with this if you as the GM have a lot of system mastery, right? Like this is one of the reasons that I'm willing to continue playing Pathfinder. I'll be the first to admit it's sunk cost fallacy to no small extent.
Yep.
But when new players show up, they can just describe what they're doing, and then I go, "Oh, I know what action that's going to be," and I'll tell them, "Roll your combat maneuver bonus." Or whatever.
Yeah.
Roll your combat maneuver. I'm trying to push the guy up against the wall. Oh, yep, it's combat maneuver. And then hopefully after a session they'll realize, oh, if I'm trying to do something physically in combat that isn't hit the guy just purely to inflict damage to him, it's combat maneuver, right? And when you have those unified systems and you're not having to hunt all over the character sheet to
Yep.
find, oh, okay, where's that? Now I save is that a save against a wand or paralysis, right? No, when you have unified saves, that helps things. When you have, when you know I roll a d20, unless specified otherwise, I'm rolling a d20 for something. We don't have to get into all the weird dice, or if we're getting into weird dice, I know when I'm using the weird dice. It's not always surprising me. And likewise, being willing to use judiciously the rule 0 and the fact that these are Lego sets, right? There's no rule that says you have to use all 600 pages of the core rulebook or whatever, right?
Every session.
Yeah, right.
Every-
It's
Every rule has to be used every
right,
session.
right, yeah. So, if you don't know a rule off the top of your head, don't spend, 15 minutes trying to look
Yep.
it up of, trying to remember how chunky salsa works in Shadowrun, for Zonalar out there. Just go, oh, you dropped a grenade inside a tank. All these guys are dead. That's fine. I
And
don't
if a
need-
game if a game is well designed, and
Yeah.
the rules have been homogenized in a
Yeah.
sense, right? Even if you don't know the exact rule, you probably should be able to make a guess, and then you can, after the session, you can go look, and
Right.
if the game was well designed and you understand it well enough,
Yep.
you're probably going to be close enough, right?
And
Because it's going
yeah.
to
And
follow
if
the
you're
logic of the game.
something I wish I could have done a stream with Shaner on at some point. It was something he said that was really interesting, which is if you're so afraid of accidentally killing some, player character because you got a ruling wrong, why can't you just do what you do in video games, since you run these like video games most of the time, his words, and just reload the save.
Yeah, safe's coming.
Or what I would say is just do something, you can don't use this liberally, right? But again, you shouldn't be, if you're running into this situation constantly, that's another thing to look at. But if you got some ruling horrifically wrong and ended up killing somebody on the spot, I mean, you can look at stuff like, oh, their body gets dragged off. Did anyone see them die for sure? You can do fade to black, movie scene stuff. That happens all the times. It's a classic trope, right?
When you give a reroll to the player, is that the same as safe's coming?
Right. Yeah. There you go. It's an interesting question, right?
Yeah. Like also like in the rules that get into the way of roleplay. One thing that bothers me is when the dice resolution takes too long, right? Like those
Yep.
Genesis system, those are like,
Yep.
I think those are so like almost impossible to roleplay. Like
Yep.
the Star Wars
Right. When you have
Edge of
to
the Empire and stuff like
interpret
that.
dice, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But even like I'm not a fan of exploding dice that much, right? I know Easy D6 kind of do it. It doesn't bother me in Easy D6 because it's fast enough, right? And there's just these D6 stuff like that. But like or when you have like multiple results from one dice roll and stuff like that, and you're like, oh, okay, now I have to calculate that and remove that, and if your dice mechanic like takes too long to resolve, then every time you have to get out of character, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, let's play this guy some more. You're saying he's talking about session 0.
And good for you, but you're shortchanging yourself, in my opinion, from 50 years of freaking experience.
50 years.
Yeah, I'm a little cheesy about it sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I get this reference that pops up every now and about the quantum ogre. Basically, all paths lead to the ogre. So no matter what the players do, they're always going to end up facing the thing that the dungeon master, the game master, has decided is going to be the goal, whether it's for the session, the event, the entire campaign. Doesn't make a difference.
That's because like railroad, right? Just like
So if we want the players to have agency, how much agency? Total, complete, 100% total. So everything that goes on at the table in the campaign is by committee. So everybody in the group agrees that this is how we're going to do this, or this is the setting we're going to pick, this is the genre we're going to play in.
Can you
this
pause
is the
there?
tone we're going to set. And
individual player freedom does not mean things are done by committee. That's a very distinct concept, right? Because whenever Crispy's character takes an action here, we don't all pause to go, no, wait, I wanted to do, which you see sometimes in these sessions, right? He just does the thing. That's fine.
Yep.
And then when he does the thing, then whoever goes after him in the turn order, if you're just doing an organic turn order or initiative or however you decide at your table, then the next person deals with the consequences that Crispy's character has set into motion. So that doesn't mean I don't have agency. It means I have agency in the new world or the new situation that Crispy's character has created, and so on. And we go around. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I think he's still talking about session 0 here, but I
yes,
can't.
it's kind of like confligating the two.
Yeah,
things,
I'm
right?
not
Yeah.
sure.
It's kind of weird. Because
Anyways.
like when you're like in a post session 0, like from session 1
Mm-hmm.
and on, right? Yes, complete player agency in the sense that you're the one controlling your character. Obviously, your
Yes.
character is still like subject to the rule of the world,
Yes.
gravity. You can just like, oh, I jumped to the moon, right? and the world can constrain your character, like we were talking earlier with Crispy.
Yeah, that was my point, is that you have complete player character sovereignty unless acted upon by an identifiable force within the fictional world. So, yeah.
Right. It's not, I don't lack any sort of agency because I cannot physically punch through the foundation of my house. I would lack agency if I wasn't allowed to try punching through the foundation of my house and then breaking my hand. I can't break my hand on a stone slab and go, GM, why my agency?
Well, and the example I like to use is, yes, you can murder the storekeeper. Like, you can do that, but then the police show up. And now your character is in jail and on death row and whatever it is, roll up a new character. Like I didn't take away your agency as a player. Your player did something. The world then responded in a believable way. And now you have to roll up a new character.
and that's why I mentioned living with the consequences of the prior character's actions, even if that's your own character, right?
Yeah.
And
So I think we have to listen to more, because I'm not sure that I'm
Sure.
understanding. I think he's talking still about the session 0 creating the game.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
Or like in session 0 creating the game, like I like when we just discuss together what we're gonna do. But we did like a very horizontal thing when we just come together and we just discuss together what we're gonna do, right? What we want to do, and that's fine. Like the original campaign, that's how it began, right? And we did session when the GM say, okay, I want to do this session. This is going to be concept, make character for that, right? Make character that fit in that. We did that as well, and that's fine. Sometimes we also like say, oh, we never did this setting or this type of tone or this, like, so let's try to do that, right? Just like, or like the Rising Sun campaign. Oh, we never had like game with magic, so let's play character that play magic, that do magic, right? And then we did that, and so that's the GM, like that's more top down. And we also have like when we do the no prep challenge where like nobody has agency because it's rolled, right?
Right.
It's rolled randomly.
Right.
So we go all over the gamut on that, like, right? But
We
that's
do.
session 0 stuff. Let's see if he precise that the distinction.
this is the world we're going to create because we're all going to participate in creating that world in some form. Right? All laudable stuff. I'm just asking. As opposed to the total agency of completely removing the game master total from the equation, right? What are then a GM's responsibilities? I'm asking you. This isn't about me telling you my thoughts on how this ought to work, because I'll be damned if I'm doing that. No, you get enough of that on YouTube. YouTube's full of it. Lots of really good videos and some crappy videos like mine, plenty of them, with people who've got an idea of what they think things should be. Well, I'm not going to give you that. What I'm asking you, though, is to consider how much agency is agency, and too much agency is it too much or not enough? In a different, unrelated video, I was watching earlier. Actually,
This is an important question to ask, right?
What? How much agency is it? Too much?
Yeah, it's a reasonable question to ask, right? But again, I think Crispy answered that question. It's as much agency as the material and social forces as you would have, right?
Yep.
And eventually, if you don't act reasonably within social agency, then the agents of that society will use material force against you, i.e. throwing you in jail by force, or just killing you outright, depending on what sort of thing is happening. Or, the stone wall refuses to move when you push on it with your 20-pound gnome or whatever it is you're playing, right? That's, but you still have the agency to attempt those things, right? That the only time your agency would not be fully 100%, I suppose, there would be in the event that your character's like mind controlled or like paralyzed or something like that. Then sure, yeah, there are exceptions to every rule. But and then he asks a question there and moves on. I don't know if it was rhetorical, but I think it's worthwhile to answer. What are the responsibilities of the game master? Why is he there?
Well, he implies that the part of the role of the game master is to limit player agency, right? Because he's saying that
implication. Yeah.
He's saying that on our extreme, and I admit we are on the extreme, we're trying to eliminate the game master. I would argue we're not trying to eliminate the game master. However, if your definition of the key role of the game master is to limit the players and what the players can do, then I guess so. Under that definition, I don't accept that definition, but that's right. If that's what he's using as a definition.
Right. Though what I will applaud him for is asking for definitions, because so much of the noise over any discussion, not even just discussions in the RPG space, is people talking over each other with totally different definitions, and it's like, wait, we're not even talking about the same thing. We're just using the same word to describe two totally different things. So. I think this is a nice spot to get that out of the way.
I brought us big, yes, because I think I won, because now we've been at it almost an hour and a half, and we did about a quarter of his video. I don't want to keep you forever here, right? I know some of you got job in the morning and stuff like that.
True.
That's Crispy.
Yes, that's me.
But a member of the society.
Yeah. Still doing my part, paying taxes.
But I want us to have a chance to discuss, because that's the topic, right? And he asked the question now, what is the responsibility of the GM, right? And Crispy said, we're not trying to eliminate. And yes, we do share that. Sometimes I say that, I'm a role-play communist, right? I'm much more flatter approach of role-play. Like the GM is a player. You're not a normal player. But you're also a player, so you also have you're also there to play a game, right? You're not there to entertain your audience. You're not there to tell a story. You're not there to tell the story that you prepped. So go ahead, Crispy. Tell us what you think.
Okay,
the GM are.
So later on in his video, we're not going to get there, but he's giving advice, or he's explaining that he gave advice to someone who wanted to try out being a game master, and his advice was, you should go back to the original modules that were created back in the late 70s or whatever, mid 70s. And you should, if you want to be a good game master, then you can start with the modules. And I would just say that that advice wouldn't work for our understanding of the role of the game master. And I'll explain why. The reason why that doesn't work is because if you look at most modules, the vast majority, even the old ones, and yes, I may not have 50 years of experience, but I have enough experience to know how to read, and those are all adventures that you can get. And the issue, as I would explain to this gentleman, and I try to in all politeness, and it doesn't work. So this whole politeness thing that I've been on for the last year and a half, I don't know how much longer I can maintain it. But the issue is that you can't just say that because our game masters have voluntarily given up that control of dictating to players where their characters are and what they're doing and doing all of that and role playing every character at the table. You can't just say that because we limit that we're getting rid of game masters. What is the role of the game master? One of there are several key things. As Max was saying, the game master is a player, but your character is all the NPCs. You have to be able to role play and shift, do a very quick shift between the perspective of this NPC versus the perspective of that NPC. You have to, it's very challenging to do, but you're really just pretending. So you're not, in that way, you're not different than the other players. You're role playing all the time through your NPCs. You're introducing the initial obstacles. You're then imagining real consequences to the actions that the players are taking that make sense. And lastly, you are the one that is responsible to determine how difficult something is that the players are attempting. And then depending on what you've decided, what is the outcome of that? Is it success or failure, and who's describing that? Maybe it's you. So I just can't, I fail to see the argument that our style of play with this 3D or 4D, how that removes the need for a game master. I can't imagine playing a game, even with co-creation, where you don't have someone that's willing to step into the shoes of NPCs that populate the world, someone that's willing to set the difficulty for those tasks, someone that's willing to put obstacles in front that make sense, that are something that the players can chew on, that their characters can overcome or run away from or somehow avoid. It's still essential. Allowing players to co-create while they're 100% in character, as much as we can be. It's not going to be 100%, but as close as we can get to 100%, does not negate the need for a game master. Who's going to play the NPCs? Who's going to set the obstacles? Who's going to play the dragon? Who gets to play that? Like you as a game master get all of that, and I just fail to see his argument. His argument was, if you're not limiting player agency, then you're really not a game master. And
you're not writing a story, right? It's almost feel like that's what he's saying.
And this is why there's such a proliferation out there of, oh, well, Ginny D. Oh, sorry, Tyler, I'm yelling into the microphone. Tyler's got to go rest his ears. So there's such a proliferation of these videos everywhere. Well, how do I handle GM burnout? Or, what is it? What's the guy's name? Matt Mercer and his Snuggie or whatever.
That's a political burnout.
Oh, that was a political thing. But all of these guys that are like, hey, here's how I handle GM burnout, and here's how you do. Why? Like when we get together and play, we roll in the no prep challenge. We roll to see who's the game master, and all of us are like Phil for the last several times. I hope it's me. I hope it's me. Like, and everyone's excited to be the game master. If this gentleman is correct, and our system GMs are completely optional, why is it that Phil and I and Max are always excited about this next opportunity we have to be the game master? Aren't we just sitting then and spectating, watching the players do everything while we sit back on our laurels and do nothing?
Well, Crispy, I think you've hit it. I think he's thinking you've inverted the GM and the players, so you as a GM are just occasionally going, roll a d20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where
roll.
Because in these games the player is always just occasionally rolling a d20 and they're never describing their actions.
Nothing wrong with and that's part of your role, because you set the difficulty. So if it is something that's challenging, you're going to have to indicate that to the players. That's part of your role. I got to run, of course, because I do have to get up and go work and pay taxes. But the I
Forget the last part.
don't forget that. Holy smokes, it's mostly what I do. So I tried to be polite to this individual. He took it as bad faith and whatever. I'm not engaging anymore. But I would just point out, for those of you that are curious about this in-character play that we're doing, this 4D role play, don't expect that this is going to eliminate your game master. You
Nope.
still need a game master.
Yeah.
That's what I had to
And
say about that.
And it's true that there's a lot of like you mentioned the GM burnout a lot, right?
So-
It's because yes, if you put so much pressure on yourself that you have to be there and be amazing and entertaining your player and stuff like that, like remember, you're a player as well. You're there to play a game, right? And playing the game is also like reacting to what the player do, like reacting
Yeah.
like in real time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And and your player also have to understand that you as a GM, you're a player. You're not there for like their entertainment and stuff like that, right? And I think with the paid GM and stuff like that like skew the thing, right? It's awful.
You're a party host, right? That's
Yeah,
what
exactly.
it becomes, right? You know.
You're
Like,
the
and I-
librarian reading the story to the kids,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
That's what
well,
you're doing.
Or when I get paid to do a party as a bartender for people I don't know, I have to put on my customer service smile, go laugh at
Yeah.
the jokes that aren't actually funny, and no, I don't. It's not
But that's not what it's supposed to be.
right.
As a GM, you're also
And-
there to play a game. You have a
and-
different role.
I wanted to totally good faith. The reason I left, I wanted to totally good faith tackle his concept. This is from Gen Con 9, if you can't tell. So this is a dungeon from, I believe, 1976. So we're
What's
going
the
way
title?
back. And I wanted to read...
Can you read the title?
this is Gen Con 9 Dungeons, the original approved Gen Con 9 Dungeons Collector's
Oh, okay.
Edition. So this is
Very
for like...
inspired title.
yeah. Well, it's for, it's set up for...
Tournament play.
Yeah, like tournament play or convention play. And I wanted to read from the designer as he suggests go back and look at the old modules. Okay. So he immediately reminded me of this text. Where is it? My aim was to design a system whereby any number of DMs could run their groups through a dungeon section and end up with the same results, varied only by the skill of the players and luck of the dice. This consistency can only be obtained through simple encounters, that is, no intelligent encounters at all, and a horde of belligerent monsters that attack on sight and fight to the death. Thus, the DM didn't have too wide a latitude in which to freelance, as such actions can seriously damage the envisioned idea of the course of play. I would point out that the foregoing is not my idea of good design, but the thought of 10 DMs handling the same encounter in 10 widely divergent ways forced simplistic design. They are telling you that the design of these old modules is anathema to good play.
Yeah.
It also sounds to me, Tyler, I'm really glad you shared that, because it sounds to me like that is trying to remove the GM as a variable in the equation.
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I'm about to say. Basically, that's when you play Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Right.
That's what you get, because no, it's a video game, so it's fixed and it's always gonna be the same thing. That's what you get. But a lot of people play like that, right?
Yeah. That's
So and then what's the role of the GM? Like the role of the GM now is just to read the module.
Read the module.
yeah. That
Get
not
some good
GMing.
book control.
Yeah.
If I
exactly.
see another video on book control, oh my word, that's it. Politeness
You're
filter off.
just a reader, right? You're just you could put the module into a text to speech program, and then there you go. You would have it.
Yep. Yep. That's why you could. This is basically the same argument that, well, why don't you just have Chat GPT be your GM, right? Like
Right.
you could eliminate the GM, just have it be an AI large
Yeah.
language model. That's all you need.
Right.
I'm really glad you shared that, Tyler, because that it kind of proves the
they
point
were
we've been
thinking about
making.
this stuff back in the 70s, right? That's when people say, "Oh, this isn't a new concept." I'm like, right, it kind of isn't. So why is it
Nope.
so ground shattering? Why is that's what I don't understand is if it's not a new concept, which it isn't,
Yeah.
and you're telling us to go back to the old stuff, well, are we cherry picking and going, "Oh, no, not that old stuff, only the designers I want to look at." And it's like, well, look,
Only keep on the Borderlands. Don't
right,
look at anything
Only
else.
only Gygax is what we should actually be looking at. Don't look at Dave Arneson, who look at a lot of his writing stuff. That if you go back to a lot of these modules, there is a lot of, for example, Hollow Earth for advanced, one of the last modules for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It's just there's no like big overarching single quest that you're supposed to follow. It's a bunch of like stuff happening in the world, like maybe 2 pages of here's a thing that's happening on this section, or here's another, and they don't give you like a here's how you should resolve it, you should take these steps first, the player characters should be level 3 by the time they get to the, no, they just, it's just a world and stuff's happening in it. So this advice to go back and look at the old stuff, I would go, I agree. But maybe look at stuff that maybe you haven't read before, right?
Yeah.
Because I think you'd be surprised to find that of all of the different designers that worked on the old editions of D&D, they didn't agree all the time. And here, Mr. He's not on the cover here, Bob Blake, was very honest about he had, as a paid writer, goals that he had to meet that were not his personal game design goals, right?
Yeah.
As writers, when we're making a product, and I have professional experience with this, when we're making a product, we cannot simply write in the way that we as individual writers or game designers think is good game design. We are constrained by certain things. So it's kind of flippant advice, I would say, to say just go back to this corporate product that's made to sell books as as a thing to look at good things, because we can read between the lines here and find out.
That's something he's going to mention as well later on. Like he's talking about like the GM, like, oh, he's the one buying all the book and sort of the investment, and you buy, and he's a collector buying all those modules and stuff like that. I said, well, you don't need to do that, Like you can be a GM with all all of that shit, right? Like,
Sure.
yeah, maybe you probably won't have the core book, and like D&D has require 3, most game require 1, which is what I prefer. You cannot see Tyler, like exciting.
I know I'm going invisible. There we go. There we go.
But for me, like the what I would say the responsibility of the GM, right? You have to roleplay the NPC. You control the world. You have to keep track of what's happening on the world that is off screen. And
Good point.
you set difficulty.
Yep.
And even that, oftentimes because the player I play with, or GM as well. So I'm very lax on like, if you want to try something, and from the situation that's been described, you think it's rough, you think it's hard, I'm gonna ask you for a roll. So you just make the roll, and then you can
Make the
go
roll.
straight into your description, right? And the difficulty and stuff like that. Like the scene has been described, you can pick up, but I can do that because I have amazing player that I can trust, right?
That's exactly what you want, right? When you have the urge to control agency, it kind of tells me that your players are going to use that agency for non-productive means, right? And kind of what you have to do is exactly what Crispy mentioned, is this is something we can take from video game design, right? When a video game wants to say something about the world, like Dark Souls, for example, it will leave bloodstains on places, and it will have enemies that are way too difficult and will slaughter you unless you're very lucky or very skilled at the certain area. Kind of a different subject, but yeah. And it will
Bloodstain, like Dark Souls is the exception in that, because it's doing like extremely good like environmental storytelling, right?
Right. But I'm saying
the character is going to talk to himself, like,
yeah,
those guys,
but that's something to aspire to, right? Or even Skyrim or any of the Elder Scrolls games will have you commit a crime, you are allowed to commit that crime, but maybe don't have the telepathic guards that know that you picked up a mug 50 miles away and then rush to your location, right? But it's telling you that, yes, you have the agency to do that. However, there are consequences for it. And if you don't trust your players, one of two things is going to happen. When you give them this agency and you punish them in the world, and I've had this happen several times, those players go, I'm getting killed or imprisoned pretty frequently for playing like a murder hobo. I don't really want to be here anymore. And then they stop showing up and they're not a problem anymore. Or they go, oh, this is interesting. I can't break the world because the world's just organic.
Yep.
So I'm more I don't want to spend this whole session just stuck in a prison. So now I'm going to make an actual character. I've had people do that. I've had players go, okay, this was a joke character. I thought this was going to be, like anything else, and it's just not going to be interesting. And so we'll have to make it interesting by being a murder hobo. No, there's actually something interesting here. Okay, so let's come back. That to me is why GMs want to restrict agency a lot, is they're worried about the murder hobo a lot.
Like what St. James said, like freedom of action doesn't mean freedom of from consequence.
Exactly.
And that's
right.
That's true, like in RPG and in life. You cannot be like you cannot be free to make your choice. You cannot free to and be free of the consequence of your choice. But yeah, and I wanted to talk about like the before Crispy Lee about like what are not the responsibility of the GM, the way I see it specifically, right?
Sure.
I say like the three big one responsibility of the GM. But it's also like what the GM is not responsible for. That's like a shared responsibility between the group, right? Advancing the plot,
right? Yeah.
Telling a story, keeping the verisimilitude of the world. That's not a GM responsibility. That's everybody at the table responsibility.
Ooh.
I agree.
I agree with all those. I think you're missing a big one. It is also not the GM's responsibility that everyone at the table has fun.
I absolutely agree in that. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because we hear time and time again, as long as you're having fun, and I go, well, that's not really the point. That's usually what our beef is with. But two, it's also not really a possible goal, because fun is not a fixed, right? It's not a fixed thing that can be achieved. Fun is to some degree extrinsic. It's not. There's not an intrinsic fun to a tabletop RPG that just happens, that once you've ticked all these boxes, the fun happens. Whoa, that's not.
And you're kind of responsible for your own fun, right? Just like
right.
Absolutely.
You show at the table, and you're responsible for your own fun and not to ruin the funs of other, right? Just
right.
Like,
if you and that goes back to what I was saying with, if you've made a character that you realize is like, this is a joke character, this character's just not working here.
Yeah.
You can kind of think like a writer, at least a writer of your own character, and go, this character's not interesting, I'm not liking him, we'll kill him off, or we'll have him, silently walk into the backstreet, and we'll make a new character. There's no problem.
I like what you say, like a writer of your own character, because like that's something that sometimes I say, right? It's like when you RPG, like we're creating a story together. Like the story is what is happening or what happened at the table. Like you get the story after the session, basically, like after the game, right? And it's not the GM that is the author. It's everybody at the table, because the player controls the protagonist, and that's a big part of the story, right? Just like, so
don't train people to be spectators.
Right.
No, exactly.
There's so many videos out there, and it's all it is. It's just how to entertain your character, how to make your players really excited for combat, how to do what are you talking about? You're just all of that. Most of that advice is just creating this passive. Oh wow. Yep. I'm so impressed that you've 3D printed a mini game to do stealth. What are you doing?
It's service advice. It really is. It's how to do a good garnish on your cocktail, or good table manners, good etiquette. And it's like, that's not really great, but that's not the point, right?
And it's really coming from this 6 to 6.
It is.
Like
the 6 to 6 program.
It's
just the program, right?
Those
grown men and they get bored. I'm gonna make some toys, right?
Right. Yeah. It's a lesson plan more than a something fun that you do. And
it's not just like, I'm not here just to do a dog and pony show. Like here I am, the cabaret dancer, and I'm going to do a kick line at the end, and you're going to be really super excited and entertained by my story.
Put on my clown nose and my makeup and do a jig for you, because that's what at least half, I'm being generous there, of the GMs on actual plays are doing, is they're doing a clown show. They're putting on the funny voices and look at my funny character, and and it's like, Yeah, again, that's the fun is not intrinsic to those things, right? Because not everyone is entertained by those things, and in fact, a lot of us groan. And as Rick would say, don't do something that would make the audience groan. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you like? The coming up with a premise that can be GM responsibility,
Mhm.
but it doesn't have to be.
Mhm.
That's something we can share together, like, and that's game dependent, right? Sometimes
That's right. And the premise can come from the motivations of the
Mhm.
player characters, and so
Right.
they can
right.
introduce their own
Right.
their own hooks.
That's a fantastic point. Is that so many GMs I see have struggle to do like, how do I do like this player character's specific quest or like fulfill their goal specifically? It's like, well, what helps a lot with that is giving your players the knowledge that their characters are free to seek out their goals on their own time, and if they don't do it, then it simply won't happen. Right? You're not going. It's not a carrot to be dangled in front of them. It's just, if they're not going. It's the same thing as like asking, oh, my goal is to make more money. How do I make that happen? And it's like, well, if your player is doing the equivalent of sitting at home all day and watching YouTube and not going out of their way to achieve their goal of making money, it's like, okay, well then probably they're not going to have some. You don't want to be the wealthy benefactor that just pops a job onto your players, right? Make them work for it a little bit. Right?
Yeah. Should I keep playing it as another point? I don't know if we can get there. As another point, it was you talked about it. I wanted to cover, so I can bring him back, and we can keep. You're good.
Yeah, do you
We
want to
have-
scrub ahead to it, or is it close by?
I don't have like time frame,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
so I'll just play.
Actually, I'm on my way down here from Des Moines. It's almost a 2-hour drive in this old beater because it doesn't get over it. And anyway,
I'll
so
skip a bit.
I was listening to a couple of videos on the way down here, and they talk about player agency and getting away from or downplaying dungeon masters in our roles, and then what are the responsibilities of the GM at that point? Okay, so in this video, he has a young fellow at his table. Actually, it's one of his kids, and he's in his early teens, about a little older than the age I was when I first started. Right, I would invite you, middle to younger folks, to put on my shoes for a moment. Lived in a tiny town. Didn't have a driver's license until 82 when I was old enough to get one. So I didn't have parents who were inclined to take me wherever I wanted to go. So my parents never took me to the only game store in Des Moines, Iowa, which is the center of our state as far as our state's concerned, more or less. And I had to sneak a ride with a friend I barely knew, and I use the term loosely because he was there for the summer. Then his family were renting a house they were staying in, then they moved. But his father took us on a road trip.
Does somebody knows who he's talking? The guy with a younger.
They always talk in, there's, was it Big Bad used the term Voldemorts to, it's like, man, if it's publicly posted on YouTube, just say the man's name. I don't know who he's talking about. Dark of Maya, maybe? I know they play with, some kids quite often,
Oh, maybe.
but I'm not sure.
I think I'm gonna skip ahead a bit because
Right, yeah, this is a Dear Diary
To
entry
Irish Dungeon,
here.
the first time ever stepping in a class to play every day. And this went on until high school, and then we have John. He's a young fellow, wants to be a
okay,
GM.
we're back.
I'm all for that. But I questioned. I asked him a question. Ask yourself the same question. How many people at your table own all the material? If you've been in this hobby as long as I have, there's a reason I have several bookcases full of stuff. It's because I've been buying and buying and collecting and collecting and buying for 50 years. 5 decades of shit. It's just what it is. I get my stuff that way, and I keep it, and I hung on to most of it. I still have some stuff that I gave away to my oldest son back in the day, and man, I wish I hadn't. But we won't go down. But he's talking about doing the very similar thing, and I don't know that this is his son or not. I don't care one way or another. My question was.
So he's talking about like the material stuff, like, oh, do you want to own all the stuff? Do you want to go into the investment? I say, and that's like such a fucking toxic attitude for me. Like I said, like you don't need to stop fucking relying on stuff. Like it's a RPG can be like the cheapest hobby ever.
Yes.
By like how much you have to invest in it for how much hour you can play them, right?
It's
They're
pretend.
supposed to be a creative hobby, right? Too, right?
Yes.
You're supposed to work your imagination and stuff like that.
There's that, and also just I play games where all the content is free to. Yeah, I plug my. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it here because it was not. But good lord, man. Um, uh, right. I just play games where all the content is free, or yar. You
Yeah,
know. Yes, I like my players having all of access to all of the content. What? To me, that's kind of like, yeah, no, I'm not going to. That is a deciding factor for me on whether or not I choose to play a system. If your system piecemeal stuff out, like our core book has 4 classes and no 2 players can play
Yeah.
the same class, or just don't want to, but we have 2 other classes in a book that released literally on launch day, and you're doing the book equivalent of on disc DLC, then I'm just gonna go, all right, is your book free for download somewhere, in a back alley? Then I
It
might
is.
look into it. But but if not, then no. Obviously, I'm not gonna
Well,
have.
that's also like oftentimes like a game
Yeah.
that's gonna be designed like if the game is designed to sell shit, well, it's
Right.
not gonna be a well designed game, right?
Right. That's
That's a big
because
problem I have with the Fantasy Flight game, right? I thought
Mhm.
I think they suck at with role playing game because of that. They always have they always trying to sell shit, right? And like for me,
Mm.
from my experience, I always like game with the core book. Like it's very rare that I find that supplements add to the game. Because you always try to put more and more and more and more, right? And sometimes like less is more, right? Now you're gonna add more rules and more class and more stuff that are gonna go and break the thing that was there before, and then like
Yeah,
layer
and there's the
and then like
conflation of complexity and depth. It's like more stuff is not more better, right?
yeah, and you know you can play like a human fighter.
Hmm.
You could play a human fighter all your life
Mhm.
and never play the same character twice.
Right? Yeah.
If you cannot figure out to do that, like you don't understand role play. I'm gonna bring my shunner there, right?
Or
50 years.
or you don't understand characterization, which I guess
Yeah.
you don't understand roleplay, right? But
Like I often preach for Pendragon, right?
Mhm.
Because it's a system I like. I don't do the Pendragon campaign stuff like that. I just like the system. But also what I really like and what I preach for Pendragon is like everybody's gonna play a human knight, a male human knight
Mhm.
by default, right? Now they tried to change that, but that's a different. And I think that's gonna make you a better role player because then you have to look at something else to make a character.
right.
So I think that's why like more people should play Pendragon for a while, right? Because like, well, then it's not your class, it's not your
Right.
race class combo that's gonna make
Right.
your
And it's
character.
like sometimes
you're
we'll
human
do
knight.
sparring exercises in class where it's like, okay, you can only we're only going to count hits to the head, right? That says
Yep.
something about someone, right? It takes away all the tricks, right? If you
Yeah.
need tricks to have an interesting character, then it might be a crutch, right? It might be yeah, right? Right. That's not something I would admit to, right?
Yeah.
That's not I hesitate to use the word gatekeeping, right? But I don't want to gatekeep my players by saying, "Oh, you have to buy X, Y, and Z before you can be in," or it is knowledge that only I, as the GM, have, right? So no, I do want the content of the game to be accessible to everyone, right? I hate when I'm playing a
don't-
multiplayer game and then I
Yeah.
get to a section and it's like, oh, sorry, you can't join me here unless you buy this $20 DLC, right? I hate when that happens.
So-
That's-
So what I think might be happening here is he's conflating buying something with engagement in the hobby.
right.
You
Yep.
can be very engaged as a role player without having a 50-year collection on your shelf. Let's be honest, most of that's just collecting dust.
Yeah.
And when you die, it's all going in the dumpster. Okay. So it's really not what I hear him saying here is, are you really ready to be a GM until you've made the financial investment? that's not a requirement
Right.
to be a good GM.
No, actually, it's like crutch.
Right. Yeah. It's
Get-
exactly-
It
Like,
is a
stop.
crutch.
Stop it. Get help. Fine.
I'm picturing Michael
can't-
Jackson now.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, Michael Jordan. Yeah.
Or Michael Jordan, yes.
Yeah.
Same
Oh.
guy, no?
No.
Difference? No.
They're never same, yeah, the same guy, no. Definitely not the same guy.
Right. I mean, I could tell you I have a whole lot of minis that are collecting dust because I think it's probably been a year since I've used minis in an actual tabletop RPG because I found that it's just like sparingly. There are some circumstances where I can see them being useful in making there more clarity in a situation, but
That's another like big money sink for GM, right? Oh, they
yeah,
buy all the
right.
minis
It's
like that. You
I'm
don't
not.
Yeah, not
I
just
would-
minis. Now get
yeah.
your 3D printer, and now
Yeah.
here's my
Yeah, yeah.
train. And if you join my Patreon, I'll give you
Yeah.
this little stealth game, which my son sent me this short YouTube short. Oh, it was just the most horrific thing I've
Oh,
seen in my
man.
life.
already.
But
It was this. Oh, I've made this stealth mini game so that we can gamify the stealth check, and you can move these little colored pegs in this 3D printed grid.
subsystems for your
I'm like,
subsystems. Yeah.
Awful,
Oh
awful.
boy. But yeah,
Some
I-
people
I
play
would-
board game, right?
right.
play board
But
game.
you know, my
That's
my
fine.
point in bringing that
Roleplay is
up.
not the goal.
My point in bringing that up is that I would never say like, oh, you don't have a mini that represents your character exactly. Man, come on, man. What do you bring? No, I just just plop something there. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
I agree with
It's not
Sandrine here.
it's not that big a deal.
Like I'm much more like for theater than mine, and I have a lot of minis
Yeah.
because
yeah.
I like painting minis. But
Yeah.
for me, that's a different hobby.
Right.
That's a hobby in itself, right?
Right.
Like-
you know.
Theater of the mind allows me to stay in the eyes of my character instead of like getting into like view from the top, like view
Mhm.
from the sky. Yeah, should have shared that video about the it's a short.
I might do a
recording.
response on it and why I think it's going in the opposite direction of where people should
Yeah.
go. For
Yeah.
something as basic as a stealth check, I'm like, oh, you're gonna move around here, and then if I move close to you, then I found you.
And what else?
This is-
Imagine that. Imagine if the gamifying of the stealth is you providing description. You know, because that's kind of where the game in role playing game is, right?
I
Right,
know.
and that's the whole
Okay.
that's part of the whole point of the GM is to describe the crunch of the leaves or the guard snapping his neck around, but it wasn't actually at you, it was at something else, and you're adding tension, right, through these descriptions. It's not about some, playing Chinese checkers to see if
No,
you
exactly,
get
yeah.
spotted to that's-
Yeah. And that's something like that's always like that's such a pet peeve of mine, right? When people like say, "Oh, it's a role playing game,"
It's a game.
like
And
I feel like
according to
not
Questing
like-
Beast,
it's
it's
a
not
dichot-
even
a
about
dichotomy.
role playing. So
it's
But
just G.
that's the
It's
thing,
just
like-
game. It's
It's not a dichotomy. There's not like the role playing aspect and the game aspect. No, the role playing is the fucking game aspect.
it is the game
It
aspect.
is the game aspect. The game is getting inside your character, and it is
Yes.
like coming up with stuff on the fly for the GM
is.
and for the player, and reacting, and then like putting yourself and like and then yes, you have the dice because there's uncertainty about what's gonna happen, right? That is the game aspect. It's all part of it, right? It's not
Believe
like
it or not, words have meaning, and we compound them for reasons. And,
Yeah, you can't just-
you.
Oh, we're just going to deconstruct the phrase and then just focus on the
Right.
one.
yeah.
You've ordered
Yeah.
fish tacos.
I
Well,
use sometimes. Yeah,
Here's
They're
your fish.
tacos. They're
here's
tacos.
or here's tacos without the fish, or here's fish without the taco, and it's
Yeah,
like,
or like,
it's not
oh,
what I
can
ordered.
I have some
dude.
fish
That's-
tacos? And you have like a tacos and a fish next to
Yeah.
it, right? It's like no,
Look,
that's
you got the fish taco. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Oh,
Yeah,
that-
obviously that's taco.
Max, that's exactly what they do a lot of times with the
Yeah.
pillars, where you have the role playing
Yeah.
phase, which is just yakking at each other,
Exactly.
and then combat
Oh, I
happens,
hate
and then
that.
role playing stuff.
I loathe
That's-
that.
You've been
I
given your
loathe it.
shell, and you've been given your fish, and
people say like, oh, it was a great session, role play the whole session, no combat.
What?
Well, like,
Why didn't you
those,
have combat? That
Yeah.
sounds boring to me.
Like-
I want combat. Nobody died.
But
what?
not only that, like you can have a role play. You should have a session that is role play the whole time
Yeah, right.
with combat, because
With
like
combat.
role play doesn't stop during combat. Role play still happen during combat.
No, we just sat around yakking like a bunch of women, talking about crocheting.
No,
It's
exactly.
ridiculous.
That's what they talk. Like when they talk about role play, it's just it's like small talk. Like we did some small talk.
Oh,
in
we just did some
tavern.
small talk and
Yeah.
we played
never got
patty
out of the
cake like
tavern.
Shauner used to call it. They're just playing
Yeah.
patty cake. That's all it
When
was.
Shauner first said there were so many sessions of people not leaving a tavern for like
Yeah.
2 hours, I was like,
100%.
that's impossible. There's no way that that's true. And then
It's true.
my eyes were opened. I was shown the Lovecraftian horror, and it changed my mind in a way that I will never be the same man. I have
Yeah.
touched the outer realms of horror.
I
like
like my books. I have a shelf full of books I've collected. I'm a bit of a collector myself, but I would be the first to tell someone who is interested in being a GM, you do not need to buy a bunch of crap. Okay.
No.
No.
You just have to understand, like Max said earlier, and I gave it my shot. What is your role and what is not your role? And understand what it is that you're trying to do and understand what you're not trying to do, and you'll be fine. You don't have to buy another thing to get it to be good at this. You certainly need to practice. We all are still practicing like crazy.
And I think
But-
also a lot of people like they, sometimes they feel like something is missing, and like, oh, it's just maybe if I just get this other product, it's gonna make my game better, right? Oh, people like, oh, we're losing steam. People not as engaged. Oh, I'm gonna get those new class. They're gonna be all excited again, right?
Right.
Well, you're trying to solve the wrong problem.
Right, right.
Yeah. Buy my random table. This will solve
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not.
And,
Not going to solve anything.
That's not to say that there's no products out there that are worth your money, but it's
Yeah, there is.
it's kind of it's a band-aid, right? And it's kind of like buying the nicest boxing gloves when you've never been punched in the face before. You might have some slight advantage, but I mean, if you don't know how to box, those boxing gloves are going to give you not much of help. If you know how to box already, sure, yeah, buying really nice boxing gloves is great, but don't jump. And I see this happen a lot where people jump into a hobby and they want the best equipment from the get-go for it, and they dump a bunch of money, and then they get really disillusioned with the hobby because now they're almost sickened with the amount of money that they put into the thing, and they're like, wait, I'm at a tavern for 2 or 3 hours. I just spent $200 on books, and this is trash. And then they never touch it again. That I've seen that happen, right? Not just in tabletops.
No,
but, yeah.
Tyler. All you need to do is you need to go and buy a battle mat that
Right.
shows a tavern in it, and
Also,
then
like,
you'll be fine.
Maybe it's just
That's
your GM
what it was,
bad,
is you
like
weren't-
so just like
yeah,
hire a professional GM.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's-
yeah, exactly.
Maybe it was the GM. Maybe it was the system. Maybe
There's
it
that
was
guy
the
that runs
minis,
like
right?
7 games a week. You can
Yeah.
hire him. He's-
And
Yeah.
I think that's actually part of it is that we have so many variables that we're looking at. Is it's easy to point at that thing, and once you fix that, that'll fix the problem. And it's the old
And-
analogy of the sinking boat, and one guy's bailing water, and everybody's like, should we paint the boat a different color? The paint's kind of peeling, and there's one guy going, can we plug the damn hole?
And there's some people that have a vested interest in,
Right.
because they want to sell you shit, right? Just like, so they don't want to tell. I don't like, for me, like, even like just telling you that you don't need that stuff, right? Like,
Mm.
it'd be much easier for me, much more profitable for me, I guess, to just like say, no, you should, you just need better campaign, and I'm gonna write some, and I'm gonna give them to them, and just buy those and run those, and you'll be great, right? It's like, but no, I'm not here for that. I'm here to tell you the truth. You don't need that. Yeah. And like the other point I want to make about like role playing in the game, right? Just like you're saying about the fish taco, like the example I often use is with if you say we're gonna play a game of charade, right? Charade, I guess you pronounce.
Mhm.
And I try to make a distinction between the charade aspect and the game aspect, right? And I want to focus more on the game aspect, like drawing card and keeping score, and like the charade is not so important. Like it'd be fucking insane, right?
And it's like, what do we have here, right? What are you doing, right?
That's a good one. I hadn't thought of that, Max. That's a good one.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, but that's how people like do those role playing game, right? Just like think like No, yeah,
You know-
you do need, like, if you want to make it a game, you do need, like, the keeping score and the drawing team and stuff like that.
No, actually, I'm really
But
tired
like
of all
Pictionary,
the
right? You know, you can draw something. Pictionary is the picture drawing game, right?
yeah.
And then in Pictionary you have the game aspect and you have the drawing aspect, but you cannot really separate the both, right? Just like it'd be insane.
I want to boil down every FPS to just clicking on circles, right? We don't need any of the guns or the animations or any of that.
It is
We
what
just
it
need to
is.
click on
Click on the
circles.
circles.
That's the real fun
Yeah.
part. That's
Yeah.
That's funny.
Anyway, let me play. Let's hear about the investment you need.
My comment was great. Encourage him to be a dungeon master. He wants to be the game master. Let him be the game master.
Yeah, I should.
yeah, that's great.
Because you know me, I got to have a butt in here somewhere. I got to have a caveat here. But is he wanting to borrow your stuff to do this? Now, if they're willing to sit at the table and look at your stuff and think, I want to do this, and ask questions and stuff, that's great. But from personal experience, a lot of people who want to be a dungeon master, a game master, whatever you wish to call it, change their mind in a hurry when they actually have to go out and spend several $100s to buy the stuff.
Yeah, that's
Depending on the
exactly
system.
what I was saying,
If you're-
right? Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, and it's why I stay away from those games.
Yeah, and they don't have to, right? Especially nowadays, right? It's easy.
Oh,
Like you have
yes.
like
Oh,
those
yes.
systems, online
Mhm.
in different like SRDs
Open
or
gaming license, yeah,
Yeah.
all that. Yeah.
there's always like you can go like run you don't want to put the investment, run a basic fantasy, right, where the guy like just give all his PDF online for free or sell them on Amazon at cost, right?
Mhm.
There you go. You can run that game, you can play that game. You don't need more than that, really. You do better than that, but you don't need no, I want to it's okay
Yeah.
game, right?
Yeah.
If you're buying into D&D today, what does it cost you to get 4 or 5 of the core books? A couple $100. And can you really
Yes.
run a game effectively without at least, the player's handbook, the monster manual, and the dungeon master's guide?
Yes, you
Yes.
will run a
Good
better.
argument
You will
for
run
not
a.
needing half of that.
You will run a better game because most of those are trash books with a lot of terrible advice in them and a lot of terrible game mechanics. So, but that's if we're gonna get into the specifics of it. Yeah, again, pick a different system. Yeah. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be D&D. Mind blown. It doesn't have to be D&D.
You got to go, Crispy.
I do have to run, guys. So
Yeah.
I'll let you continue on with this, of course, and wish you both well.
Yes.
Thanks to everyone in chat. We had some good conversation there. I felt
Yeah.
my temperature rising a little bit in a few of these places, and that was good.
Yeah,
But,
thank you for joining. I hope I give you enough chance to say your piece and
100%.
stuff like that. I know
Yeah,
that guys-
100%. And great questions from the chat too. And we had a
Mhm.
little bit of a
Yeah,
diversion
yeah.
there. It comes up a lot. I think we probably need to do maybe a few little explanation videos maybe on like how we handle this and how we handle that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's probably a good
Yep.
thing. Anyway, I'll catch you on the next one, gentlemen. For those of you out there, I think we have a few that watch our game on Monday. Phil may not be able to make it, so we may have to take a bye on this Monday for
Yeah.
the Horizon game. Maybe
gonna
do
know last
something
minute.
else. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Excellent. If you
Set
guys
end
can
of
continue further,
session.
I can hop in. Good. See, you can take my spot.
Oh.
If you,
There we go.
I'll send you the link, Zon.
Tag
Excellent.
out. It was
Yeah,
great
I'll talk to
chatting
you
with
later,
you,
guys.
Crispy.
See ya. Yep.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Crispy.
Tyler. Bye.
Let me find you.
Hmm.
There you
Let
go.
me grab a
There
drink
you
while you're
go.
doing that.
Right. Well, where I'm doing that, Tyler, that's the worst time to grab a drink.
Whoa, right. Sorry.
Why don't you just start and you cannot interact with the
let's,
chat?
Let's just
Let me
totally
go
go
with it.
silent. Yeah, let's just have total screen dead time. Good
No, I
lord,
send them
yeah.
the link so you
No.
can go if you want. But
No,
it's
no,
good-
you're
it's better if
absolutely
you
right.
Wait until like Zon, if you can wait until Zanarart show up.
I didn't think about that at all.
Right?
No,
Then you
see, I'm terrible. You can tell just how much I don't GM for an audience because I forget they're even there.
But like when Zon show up, like we do the
Yeah.
chat, so it's gonna be the perfect time for you to go
yeah,
grab
yeah.
your drink. unless
Yes,
you're.
I was
dying
about.
of
Yes, I
thirst.
was about to destroy the stream. That's what I do. I take us off. I take us off on tangents. I talk over people, and then I have a shitty camera. I just destroy streams. That's what I do.
Yeah. Well, you're not the worst,
Hello.
right? I wouldn't invite you otherwise.
Yeah, right.
All right, go
I
grab your drink.
appreciate
I'm
it.
gonna talk with
Yeah.
Zon. Hello, Zon. How are you doing?
Hey man, yeah, doing good, doing good.
Good morning to you.
Thank you. It's still dark outside. That's yeah. We'll have
Yeah.
sunlight soon.
So you were there from pretty much the start of the stream, so you did have some thought on this whole thing, I assume, right?
Yeah, I was keeping up. I think I missed like the first 40 minutes, and then decided, yeah, I'll just watch alongside and catch up on the rest later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think about
It's-
all this? Like, what do you think the responsibility of the GM? Do you think like would you see a game being run without the GM?
Yeah, I mean that's the part I've responded in the comments of the game master being the guy that sets the pace. Like he's not responsible for the pace. All the players at the table have a hand in it every
Yes.
time it's their turn. How quick or how slow a scene goes on for, or the session goes on for. Like how much do we accomplish? And so often a player can be passive at the table and be like, oh yeah, when it's my turn, I just do whatever, something random. But if you are an active player, you think about the pace of the game. Man, what did we
Yeah.
say we want to achieve for the session? We want to
Yeah.
find the witch of Dunkirk tonight, right?
Yeah.
That already sets a great pace that you aim towards.
Yeah, and like that like in setting the pace, that's what like that would be like in the share responsibility, right? It's everybody at the table,
Yes.
right? The GM can accelerate the scene, a
Yes.
player can accelerate the scene, right? Like it's the end of talk thing that the Tyler was mentioning earlier, right?
Absolutely.
So
What was the other question?
like what
ahead.
is like specifically in the end of in the hand of the GM, right? In the what would you say, like did we miss something? Like when I was saying like you control the world, you keep track of
Yeah.
what's happening in the background, and you role play the NPCs, set the difficulty, right? For me, that those are like
Yeah.
the big. I would call it big three because like when I say like keep track of what's happening off screen, that's controlling the world to me, right? And role playing NPCs, right? It's part of both that.
Yeah, it's like every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah.
I am already a player. I need somebody else to play the reaction.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if the game master wants to do the action, a band of goblins like fall over your caravan to steal your loot, then he is doing the action, and I as a player can react to him, and we can play that game both ways. But if there's no GM, nobody plays the goblins. How do we decide that something interesting is going to happen to us, or that we impact the world if nobody speaks for the world?
Like I could see like a game, like if we were to do like if the premise of the session, right, we're on a boat, let's say, that is out of fuel in the middle of the ocean, right? And there's like the
Yes.
3-player and 1 NPC. At that point,
Yeah.
at that point, like like now, like the distinction between GM and player become much lesser, right? Because like, well, maybe like you're in a space station, right? That just say in the middle of nowhere, right? Make it like even less the world. It's an empty world. You only have one NPC, and every character have their own PC, and then like, but even then, their GM still have a different role because like if something goes wrong on the station and stuff like that, he's the one that is more allowed to do those kind of thing, right? So, but get like it's an extreme situation, obviously, right? Like you would have to stretch it to really make it like so, like well now the distinction is between smaller, become smaller.
I would say the last thing that I think is very important: the GM is the adjudicator of the rules. If the players do not agree on how something works, they
Yep.
look to the game master to do the decision. He's the
Right.
judge. Like, what do you think? Like, in the end, we can have different opinions, but as a game master, you can say, or I want you to say, now we do it this way. We can talk about it later, but right now, to keep the game flowing, we do it this way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or, you know, ultimately, like I said earlier, the GM has hopefully the best system mastery of anyone there, and can
Yeah.
go. Character says, or player says, my character is trying to do thing, in a more organic way than that. I totally butchered that there, but you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
Your character's
Yeah.
trying to achieve something.
Yeah, try to
Blank.
kick the door.
Exactly.
GM says, roll this. I know what mechanic you need to use. There you go. That's what you're doing. That's
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
But,
it goes hand in hand, because
Right.
if somebody is excited to play a game, they most often have the book and therefore have the most time at hand and are most invested in reading the rules and have more
Right, so
comprehension.
James say,
yep, that's also true. Yeah.
the nice cooking, the GM is the reactor, the player or actor. We often say like like proactive player, reactive GM.
Yeah.
That's because like the player play the protagonist, so
Yeah.
they have a huge
Yeah.
role in like leading the game, right?
Yeah. And when you
They should be the one like driving, you know, like in protagging, right?
Mm,
Being
yeah.
a protagonist
And-
is driving the plot forward, like is acting upon the world. That's what it is.
And if your NPCs are too proactive as a GM, it can feel like there's a lot of GM fiat. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it didn't matter what we were going to do. This NPC was always going to show up and save the day, or always was going to show up and burn this village down. So when
At
you
the
mention-
end of the dungeon, after we come out with all of the loot, the wizard will show up and summon two chains like, haha,
Yeah,
you thought
right.
you're out.
And you
Uh,
hit that
take
you hit
this.
that cutscene script that's like, you know, always
Yeah.
triggers when X happens. You read the box text in the module and
Exactly.
Exactly,
right. Yeah, but you know, as you said earlier, Max, it's important to look at the stuff that's going on in the background, and that's part of why when I do prep, I like things like timers. That way, you take out some of the GM fiat, where it's like, okay, if the players aren't being proactive about things, well, these other characters are doing stuff at a certain rate.
Yeah.
But you know,
That is the priority of
Right.
faction,
yeah,
of like this counter-insurgency faction that is trying to push back against the insurgents. So if the players
That-
don't do anything, you know, who would it be? Like the mayor gets taken out or something like that.
There's another thing I wanted to add. There's the GM responsibility, but it's almost like I would call it like a GM privilege, right? I wish Crispy was still there. That is specific to 4D.
Come back, Crispy.
yeah. Call in sick to work. You know, we're doing it live.
That is
Role
specific-
playing needs you.
that is specific to 4D, which is because of the co-creation, the GM also have like the privilege to kind of limit that in a sense, and usually we try to do it like I like no phone has been mentioned, you know, something like that, and the guy say, "Oh, I'll go in and pick up the phone," right? And then say, "Well, there's no tone." There you go. You co-created a phone that wasn't mentioned. I'm not saying actually there's no phone, but I'm gonna cut it in some other way, right?
Yeah, now that
Or-
The
now
phone
it
is
be-
gone.
or yeah, it's been stolen or the line's been cut, and now that moves
Or the
things
line's been
forward. It
cut,
gives you like,
yeah.
why has the line been cut? Now I'm gonna go investigate that, right?
Yep.
And that gives you more interesting things to do than to have the player characters pull up all of the rugs in a static room and then look behind every painting, and at the end of it, your players are all pulling their hair out and going, well, there's got to be something in here, and you as the GM trying not to break character are going, it's a fucking empty room, please move on with your lives.
Yeah, that is the I had this comment, right? The 99 questions problem of
Right.
you don't
Yeah.
want your player stuck at the door investigating the door. Like we had this
Yeah.
No,
topic.
exactly.
Exactly.
100
That's a
times.
joke I always make. Like,
Oh
you know,
my
like,
God.
Yeah.
role playing game are all about like opening doors.
How many?
And
Yeah.
then like, so
And I was
like
trying.
getting
I mean, I see it as a
some mistake to get to the next door.
Yeah.
yeah, and I still see it as a problem. Like I'm trying to communicate it with my friend
Mhm.
for our table to play as.
Mhm.
Like this is a problem. You don't want your players turn from an active player to a passive player. Asking like where the telephone is. I look under the bed for the telephone. I check like in the attic. Did they store the telephone up there? You know, like don't get fixed. Don't let your players get fixated like that. And your
Yeah.
GMing style is going to influence your
That,
players.
that goes
what
with
they learn
what
out of
Daryl
it.
said here. Like, you should play out the consequence of the player in action.
Yeah.
That's also like a, you know, that if they
Yes.
don't.
And-
That's when we talk about also like controlling pacing. That's part of it as well, right?
And you can
Yeah.
use it, you know, you can do some like in character jabs, like have an NPC that goes like, the fuck are you doing? Just have you tried just jiggling, like have an NPC just run up and go like, dude, the door's unlocked. You did never tried opening it. Just what are you talking about? Mumbling to yourself over here.
Yes, John,
Well,
stop
like
it!
if-
Yeah.
Don't you
like-
realize there is no phone?
Yeah.
The phone's gone.
Yeah, like
We are
Stop
fucked.
looking for a
Is
phone,
the
there's no phone.
reaction? You know.
you can like you can do that like amongst player as well, right? That's you
Yeah.
know, if you want to preserve good role play,
Yeah.
that's also like a responsibility that can be shared, right? If like, because the GM don't always have an NPC there either, right? Just like
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
the players say like if the door is locked, have like, if you are a player in that game sitting next to it, just have your character say, I don't know, man, go fucking look.
Yeah. Yeah. Assume it's said to one of the other players, like, I don't live here. I don't know.
So, here's the thing I love to do, and you can tell me, is it the responsibility of a GM? I love setting the mood, right?
Yeah.
One of my ideas that I threw up like a couple months ago for a 4D session is you're in a plane crash, crashing into the ocean of a water world, endless ocean, and
Yeah.
you break the surface. That's the scene. That's all I'm setting up. I'm setting the mood,
Yep.
and I let the players that are at the table find
Yep.
out what's going to happen next.
Yeah, that's what I would call like the premise, right? I often say like, you don't have a story, you have
Yeah.
a premise. Those are legit, right? Like, it's a way to start the action and stuff like that, start a session. And that's also what we talk, like, you know, for me that's can be set by the GM, and that's set like outside of session, basically, like, or in session 0, or it can be discussed by the player, right? Just like, you could have a player like say like, oh, I wanna do this game. You wanna run that? That'd be cool, right? Just like, and then yeah.
But most often it gets influenced by the players anyways, because
Yeah.
if they don't like your setup, they turn it into a choke
Yeah.
because they're
and that's-
uncomfortable.
That's exactly the thing. Good point to what he mentions earlier with being worried about the design by committee. Well, if you don't have this design by committee, which it really isn't, but let's just take that at face value. If you don't have the design by committee, what do you have? You have people who are begrudgingly agreeing to play with you because they want to play a tabletop and you're the only one DMing
Yes.
here. So they'll
think-
play, but they won't be
Right.
serious about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Like the
They're not gonna be invested.
Yeah, yeah. Or
Well,
if you just don't take your players into account at all, they're just not
Yeah.
going to show up and you'll never have a game. So I think that's kind of a non-answer is, you know, oh, don't do design by committee. It's like, well, then write a book, right?
Yeah, exactly.
if
Zon,
you have a
wanna-
strong vision, then you set it down. That's your premise, right?
Mhm.
This is my vision. Do you want
Yeah.
to play with me? And your players will let you know, right? They will be honest with you. And if they're not honest with you, why do you want to play with them?
Right, right,
The
exactly.
problem solves itself.
And it should be a premise, like, you know, you don't have like, oh, this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna like, and like I often say also, don't fucking lecture your player. Don't try to, oh, I'm gonna try to teach them, like, and I'm gonna trick them in making this realization about the world, right? That whatever, like, communism is wrong or shit like that, right? You don't be honest in your
Capitalism is
approach.
the truth. and good.
Yeah, be on like whatever you want to do, right? Be honest
Vote for
in your
president so and so.
yeah. Be honest in your approach, right? You want to play a game with the player. You're not there to lecture them. You're not there to give them a lesson. You're not there to impress them by how smart you are. And I think that's the big fucking problem. I think a lot of GM, they don't want to design by committee because they see themselves the smartest guy out of their friend group.
That's
I feel like
yeah.
that the other problem, which I agree, that like you sit there, man, I want to play this game, but I have nobody to play with. I have like friends, but they're not role players.
Mhm.
I have
Yeah.
gamers, but they're not really my friends. And I have like role players, but they don't, it's like, I mean, we think those are all the best people anyways, but, but I don't know them very well and they have trouble with the rules. Like, I mean, you have to give out some compromise. It doesn't
right.
equate to, now it's designed by committee and you're like enslaved by them. No,
Right.
it's a relationship.
Does
It's a
this
push
guy,
and pull.
pick McDonald's to eat, and then any of his friends that don't want to go eat McDonald's? Oh, so now we're picking dinner by committee. No, it's just a discussion about where, and then you make compromises. And,
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, what do you want to eat? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, how about Burger King? Nah, not
Yeah.
really. What about
So-
KFC? I don't feel like chicken.
It's
like,
not. It's when it's designed by committee. When we talk design by committee, we mean things like the modern cars that are all designed to be blobs because they just take all of the ideas and mash them all together, and you get a car that's not very fast, and it's.
I feel like
it's
more
not
people
good at-
in the
yeah.
group would have more fun if the characters had a more liberal take and blue hair.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
modernize it.
Right, but when we talk about that design by committee, yeah. Good night, Justin. We're talking about one guy wants to make an off-road car, and the next guy's like, well, we'll get bad gas mileage, so let's take a sedan and then lift it a little bit so it's kind of off-roady, and you end up with the worst of all worlds at the end of the committee.
Like
Whereas
I always
yeah.
say like a 5e is a game that has been designed by committee, and you can tell.
Right.
Because like there's a lot of ID that's fighting against each other, like design
Yeah.
that fight, and then like optional rule that you look at and say like that should have been the default rule, and you can tell like,
Right.
oh, okay, there was some good designer on that game,
Yeah.
and some moron, and
Yeah.
sometimes some compromise had to be made, and the compromise went, oh, we're gonna make it an optional rule. Like, no, that
Yeah.
should be the fucking default.
Like,
Yeah. Right.
I
Right,
love
and-
that the battle master can determine like how strong an enemy is with a skill roll.
Yeah, that's a
Like
really
he
cool
can
one.
he has a skill to see that like, okay, there's this troll, but the troll has like a value. The battle master can ensure if he's like level 3, can I beat this troll solo?
Yeah.
Or if he's level 14, oh yeah, he's no problem for me.
Yeah.
But that to me is like a rule. Why is it locked behind one class?
Right.
If
and
a character
actually-
is experienced in
Here's a-
combat,
Here's a fun
Go
little
ahead,
thing,
go ahead.
my for the drinking game out there, St. James. Here's a fun little thing to do in 3.5 and Pathfinder. Use this mechanic with base attack bonus. Have base attack bonus be you can tell how good someone or something is at
Yeah.
fighting. And so I'll
Yeah.
use base attack bonus as a knowledge roll, or roll base attack bonus, go, oh shit, that is something we should definitely stay away from. And you can have you can have these fun scenes where you have the super cocky, overconfident fighter walks into a room, sees a guy just by the draw of his sword and go, we need to get the hell out of here. And that could be a really
Yeah.
cool scene, right?
yeah, you realize it's like it's a rider of the Rohirrim in there, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me play some more of that guy. There was another point that you wanted to get to.
Yeah.
But could a new person who's never run a campaign, never run a game at all, has maybe only played for 6 months, suddenly wants to be the GM?
Should
Could they?
yes.
Could they run a good, create and inspire and mediate a good campaign, even a mediocre campaign, without falling into Jeff from the Gang and Gang's process of being a bad?
First, you could start with like one shot, right?
Mhm.
Or like a micro campaign, like a few sessions, right? You don't have to start like, oh, I want to try my hand at GMing. Let's do a 30-year campaign, right? It's like,
Mhm.
come on.
Yeah,
very cool.
what is the goal of a campaign that you cannot solve with a one shot?
Yeah.
Would be my question. And I guess most often it's like, oh, I want this epic adventure. Well, how do you get an epic adventure? Reading it from like a book somebody else wrote that you don't really know that well isn't going to create this epic adventure.
Also, like
Because,
you know, think about the TV show that went for like 10 seasons, and the first few were great, and then like they drawn the sauce, and then it became like shitty, right? Longer
show
is not
was
necessarily
the
better.
one on the island where the plane crashed with the hole.
Lost, yeah,
Lost.
Yeah.
yeah,
Good first season.
yeah.
Kind of never really.
Like, but you know,
Never got
that's a common trope, right? It's like, oh, that's been a great TV show if they made 3 seasons
It
instead of
doesn't.
7.
Yeah, knowing when to end something.
Yeah.
You will both know when a campaign is nearing its natural end and when a one shot needs to become a campaign. They're both pretty natural, right?
That's That's a good comment by Kittle. Like, everyone has been a GM for 50 years before they GM for the first time, right?
Yeah.
And that, because that also what he said, you start looking in the first, like earlier in the video, he said like, oh yeah, I started at 9-year-old and I've been the GM because nobody else wanted to do it, right? So like,
Right.
so you could do it, you could
Yeah.
just jump in and be able to do it
Right.
with zero experience,
Right.
basically.
And we learn by making mistakes, right? It comes from
Yeah.
like people going,
Yeah.
"Oh, don't do deadlifts until you've worked out for a year or something." And it's like, "No, just start them, make the form mistakes when you're on the light weight and you're not likely
And
to
you know-
super injure yourself, and then you'll learn
Like-
from that mistake." That's
I'm gonna say it's a game, guys.
yeah.
It's a fucking game.
Yeah.
Even if like
It's not the end of the world.
even
if
if
you-
like you don't run the best session
Right.
ever, right?
Right.
You try, you had fun, you're gonna
You know,
learn, stuff like that.
and-
And your player should be like, you know,
Yeah.
like, what is this responsibility? Like, no, it's serious stuff, man. It's like,
Yeah, and
wait,
we-
I don't know if I'm
you
ready
know-
to GM. Like, just fucking do it. Like,
And
who cares
we-
if you're ready? Like, if you're ready or not. Like, just jump in the pool at some point, right?
And we take this shit pretty seriously because we are all of the belief that something worth doing is worth doing well. I think I can speak for all of us, but we're also all of the belief that if you have players that are asking out of character questions, it's not the fucking end of the world. It's just an annoying thing that happens, and you would like to put an end to it, right? It's the same thing as if you're going to the gym and if you're lifting with bad form, we're glad you're in the gym, but we'd also like to fix the form. We're not going to tell you, don't go to the gym at all,
Yeah.
right?
That's even worse because like there's a danger for you to get injured and stuff
Right,
like that.
right,
But like
yeah.
in role playing game, like, well, what? Oh, it wasn't the best session you had.
Right.
You still like you spend some
Yeah,
time with
reflect
somebody and
on
stuff like
it,
that.
right?
You probably still had fun,
Right.
right? Which is
It's
the
the
ultimate
guys.
goal that everybody.
There's a gym near me that frustrates me to no end because a martial arts gym. Because it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and they will not let the white belts spar. So you're sitting there for months only doing drilling for techniques that you don't know if they work or not because you're not
Getting blue belt in jiu-jitsu is as long as fuck as well.
right. It can be a year. It can be
More
or
than
longer, depending
Yeah.
on the gym, depending on how much money they want to squeeze out of you, which is kind of
Yeah.
what this tells me, right? But you have to spar, and when you spar, there's always the well. If somebody with no experience spars, couldn't they injure someone? Couldn't they injure themselves? Yes, and hopefully we have But here, there's not even that. There's not even that possibility. So just do
exactly.
it. Get the mental injuries of having a bad session, and then go, okay, what went wrong? Let me.
And,
great.
Have you play like for one shot, maybe 2 shot, 3, like so you're gonna like 2-3 session, right? Like something like that, like or just one shot, like go low commitment, just do one scenario, just do one thing, right? Just like
Yeah.
and learn.
Here's another fun fact. Something shit happens and it's bad. You can pause and look at that right in the moment. You don't have to slog through something that's terrible. If it does truly get that bad where it's just like, oh no, you can just stop and go, guys, I don't know what I'm doing here. Help me know what's going wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine.
And like I'm a big advocate for like the sorry, John, go.
Well, it's not a relationship. Like, it's not your girlfriend. It's not a fiance. It's a game.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
If something goes wrong, like
Right.
you're not breaking your arm over it. you know?
Yeah,
It's like-
right.
It's not gonna
That's-
break your heart. Like
No.
maybe you're gonna be a bit sad. I had a really bad campaign that broke up. I couldn't handle the players anymore. I felt as a game master inadequate. It stopped me from running games for a year.
Mhm.
I didn't have to be a campaign in the first place. Like all of these expectations are set on myself because that's what I thought is what people wanted, right? But if you're honest with yourself, you can skip all of that. You can skip all of that. Just be like, I want to run a game. Let's play a game, and find people who want to do that. If somebody says, "Oh, I want to play in this epic campaign of like massive proportions," like I've been running games for 5 years now, I want to play in one that like lasts for 30 plus sessions. That's great, but I still don't know if I'm ready for something like that. Because I just look at this and think, well, how do I make 30 sessions of the same characters interesting?
Yeah.
Right.
Like I'm not a
Now-
big fan of like the long campaign. Like I think like they don't, you know. they
Yeah.
don't,
We can loop that into the game master responsibility, right? When the players say, "Oh, we want to play in a campaign," now the expectation is set that you will prepare something that lasts for 20 plus sessions
Right.
over years.
Right. And I have a real example of this. It's the longest campaign I've ever run, which is running on over 5 years now with breaks here and there. And really, I have had 2 or 3 separate points where I would have been happy to go, that is a complete story. Stop. We're done here. And we have another session 0 of, okay, a couple of you are playing the same characters because there's more to explore here. You may have achieved, some major goals, but there's still more to flesh out here. We want to see more. But we're not doing the, drag this, beat a dead horse here where, this character's cool. Let's squeeze every last drop of cool out of it. No,
Also, like you don't want to do like fucking like 6 months of like dungeon delve, right?
Right,
Like, oh, now
right,
we're going
you know.
to like, oh, we got next dungeon that is slightly tougher, and it's like
Right,
at some
right.
point, like we get it, right? This
The-
part of this part of this life of
Right.
character we explored.
And
Let's go to the next part.
the dungeons should almost be right in my in my campaign. It's ended up that the dungeons are something that are to be dreaded, right? It's not something
Yeah.
they've known. It was something that was pretty interesting because it was the characters have known about these dungeons that are off in the hills where prisoners are dragged and then just left to die in the cells, basically. But there's some, stories of valuable treasures in there. And the character's like, why the hell would we want to go there if we don't have to? That sounds awful. And it didn't come until they get to a point where they're like, okay, we're in over our heads. That's our best lead on getting stronger. I guess we'll go in there, right? And that creates a good motivation for actually being there, for why are these characters here, and not just chucking them in there because, well, the name of the game's Dungeons and Dragons, so we gotta be in a dungeon, right?
You can be a knight by birth through nobility, but if you want to be like a knight of the realm, you have to complete a quest. So you must go out into the unknown for your quest. It's like, oh yeah, the paladin. He goes out there to find sacred relics and bring it home for his religion. I believe that was the original meaning of a paladin, something
Yes,
like that.
Charlemagne. Yeah.
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 So yeah,
Preserve relics and old knowledge.
Yeah. Now, if you create a character who says, my goal is out there to get gold and get experience so that I can show up next session to get gold and more experience so I can be stronger, then I need to know, weave it into your character and show me that this is a character choice. Because if you don't, I will like, I'm the experienced 50 years game master who will see immediately that you're just being lazy. Like,
Right.
what
Right.
do you want to role play or not?
Right.
Like,
And you can
you
tell
don't
this
lie
by
to me.
Yeah, and you can tell this, by the way, if you talk to someone and they're like I was wearing a D&D shirt the other day, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, last session my barbarian crit a dude and did a ton of damage," and I was like, "Okay, I know nothing about and
I've
you know
heard
I'm
this.
I'm
You know
being
everything
nice.
you need to know.
I'm smiling
You-
and nodding, but I'm like, okay, this
You're
guy,
so special. A
Right,
truly unique player. in
yeah,
the
yeah,
field of
but
role
you know,
playing.
it's like I know nothing about your character. I know nothing about the world. I know nothing about even what you crit. That's not even involved in this. But you know, it's like, okay, that tells me you're here to play a game, right? That's
Yep.
fine. That's great. Right off the bat, we
Yeah.
know we're probably unless I have for some reason a reason to talk to you for longer as a cashier at a store, so I didn't. But then we're probably not gonna be in the game anytime soon, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why those distinctions are important, is to find out, are you the lowercase RP, capital G, it's a game, guys. Then great. Let's be aware of that and separate out accordingly.
And we can adjust our expectations
Mhm.
at the table if you want to play a game.
Right.
All right, you wanna smash heads, get
Yeah.
experience. We can play that game.
Yeah, and I was
But if-
I was happy to talk to the guy about, like, why do you play what's this about Pathfinder 3.5 instead of D&D? And it's like, I was happy to just talk about, I like talking mechanics and stuff, and I knew that was
Yeah.
the wavelength we're on. That's what I don't like is being bait and switched, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Don't lie to me.
St. James, you're right.
I don't like being lied to.
the,
Segregation is key.
It's well, we have de facto segregation and de jure segregation, and talk to your AP government teacher.
Yeah. But the other thing I wanted to say about, like, also, like, those young guy, like, wanting to be trying to be GM for the first time, right? Also be generous with them, right? Just like as a player, like,
Yeah.
like I said, like, when you want a GM, don't like I said, it's a game. Don't put all this responsibility about on you, right? Just like, you can screw up. It's not a big deal, right? You'll do better next time. Like, I'm a big advocate of no prep thing, right? Because I say, like, just come up with stuff on the fly. And even if you don't come up with the coolest thing that you could have, after the game you think about it, it's like, I should have done that at that point. And then next time a similar situation happened, then you have that in your bag, right? You get
Yes.
better. You just learn something, right? Just like, that's okay. You don't always have to be like, you're not there to impress your friend. You're there to play a game with your friend, right? And hopefully, and they should also be generous with you and understand that, right? They shouldn't just be like, that wasn't very good. I wasn't that entertained. You only get a B-, right? Like don't bitch about it, right? Just like, and tell them also, like, what they, we always talk after the game when we do our session, and we say, like, oh, like, like, I and we discuss, right? Oh, I think, like, in that point, like, it was hard for us to do anything because, like, you presented a situation that there seemed to be no win. So we became, like, kind of like passive at that point because, like, you just make the challenge a bit too high, right? So we couldn't do anything while being in character.
Yeah,
the
feeling
that's
of
the kind
being.
that's the kind of the conversation we can have afterward, and then, like, the skill improve.
These are the
Fun.
people that you can't watch movies with. This is a total non sequitur, but it's just a revelation I had. These are the people
Those
that
are
go,
these guys.
I don't understand. Why is this happening? And it's the fucking watching the movie explains the movie. Just wait for the scene to finish, damn it.
Maybe if you put down your phone and stop drinking Discord while the scene happens, you would have gotten it.
Yeah.
You can talk about, like, what did that scene mean later, right? Just go with the flow for now, though. And if you have a scene that didn't make any sense, that's fine. We can live with that. We can talk about it later. Maybe it's interesting that scene didn't make any sense, and we can speculate on what may or may not have happened there.
Go
Great.
watch Lost Highway. Watch Lost Highway until you learn to enjoy it.
Stalker. Watch long panning shots of nothing and wonder what you're doing with 10 minutes.
Let me play this guy.
Oh, this is a moment of the movie where you should be thinking.
Yeah,
You're like,
yes.
But about what? Tell me what to think. I've never tried this thinking before. What is-
It's scary and new. Don't make me do it.
There's so many options. I'm overwhelmed with possibilities.
All right, let me play that guy some more.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Inexperience doesn't mean they're bad. It just means they're inexperienced. Unimaginative doesn't mean they're bad. They just lack imagination to be good, or at least not boring.
It's a skill you can develop.
Yeah, okay.
Lazy kind
Hold
of goes
on.
with the territory, right? I mean,
We made it like 5 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's important, like experience and imaginative. Those are quantifiable terms. Good and bad do not explain anything. That's why the quantifiable terms are good. It shows you can say, hey, I'm experienced. I've done like several sessions, a couple campaigns. I played with 50 plus players. Those are things I can understand. It doesn't say that you're good, but it tells me,
Yeah.
okay, you've
that's
you've
what I'm
been
about
on
to
this rodeo. You understand the social contract. You have some expectations about what players should know about rules. And you can change your expectations if they show up knowing nothing and half drunk. It's like, oh,
Right.
I've been there before, they know
right.
what to do.
Right.
And if they don't know, then yeah, that would be like a red flag for me,
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, imaginative can be hard to quantify, but
Right. And it is it's a skill that can be trained. It's
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
something you have or you don't have, right?
Yeah. Apparently, some people can, but
well, yeah,
I
that's
cannot help
actually
you at
true,
that point, right? Just
right,
like
right,
like this is what I was saying the other time. Like I can teach you how to swim, but like if you have no arm and no leg, I'm not gonna be the one.
It's
Like I'm
gonna
not.
be
I'm
pretty
not
difficult.
like well. I won't be able to teach you. Like maybe somebody else can. I'm not the guy for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't have this problem.
you can get, ways it can be cured. If you get a sudden
Sure.
burst of ambition or things change in your life and you decide, okay, yeah, I gotta get me out of Pepsi. It's actually coming up on lunchtime, noon, I guess. As a master, game master. By all rights, then everybody at that table should own a copy of all the core books. Am I wrong? Hello?
He's not necessarily wrong, but well, I mean, you can do this.
It's not
just with-
feasible.
No, well, okay. Sometimes it's not feasible, and as I mentioned before, you were on stream,
Yeah.
Zonalar. If it's not feasible, I'm simply not going to play that system. That you know, that you could say that's a me issue though. But taking
Yes.
this at faith, you can totally do this though, because if you as the GM know the mechanics, and you can sit down with your players, have them build a character, or just hand them a pre-made character, and say, just tell me, what's your character doing? What are they saying? Then you can prompt them what to roll. They don't have to have the core. You all they need to know is the core gameplay mechanic, right?
Yep.
In a well-designed game, right? In D&D, in D&D, that's if I asked you to roll for something, you roll a fucking D20. That's simple.
Yeah.
And St. James, if you don't own Pathfinder, it's under the open gaming license, so there's no excuse.
Like okay, you're playing like D&D 5e. There's like 3 type of roll you can do basically, like
Right.
4 if you include like damage roll, but it's
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
like a skill roll, ability roll,
Yeah.
or saving roll, or saving, like which are
Yeah, saving
basically
throw.
all the same, right? Saving throw, yeah. They're basically the same thing, right? You just like add a different modifier. So and like a lot of game like that, like you just like sometime like I played some system with the guy, right? And they didn't have the books, and we're just gonna do a one shot. I'm gonna ask you to buy the book, but I send them like a fucking text document that just say like, here's how you do a roll for that game.
Yeah.
Here's the modifier. Is like, because a lot of the book is gonna be like with example, like here's how combat works, right? So
Yeah.
but a lot of the book is gonna be like filled with examples, and then there's gonna be the GM section, it's gonna be the bestiary, and then there's gonna be like the character creation. It's gonna take a But usually like under like 100 line of like you can like on one page, like back and forth, you can explain somebody like how to play a game if you go like bullet points, stuff like that. If you can, maybe it's not the right game. Maybe it's not a
Yeah,
great
yeah,
game.
there you go, right?
Even in D&D, the example it was there's a bridge, and the bridge is rickety. You have to jump, like some boards are falling out. I jump over the bridge is the example. The GM says, do an athletics roll.
Yep.
I rolled a 15. You succeed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was, and I read that, and I understood immediately what a skill roll was.
Yeah.
They had the
Yeah.
gargoyle come in, and I understand hit points.
And you know,
And
the
armor
one
class.
issue you're gonna roll into here is with Vancian casting. Yeah, you'll have to write out every
Oh, yeah.
spell that if you do a pre-built, you have to write out every spell that
Yes.
the character has. But that's not necessarily an
mage.
issue. You know, I remember playing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons back in high school and having your big spellbook printout. I don't need the core
Yeah.
rulebook. I just needed those spells. I didn't need to know every spell my character didn't have. I needed to know the ones I did have.
Yeah. Or you can just if you don't have the book, you don't have to play a wizard either,
Right.
right?
That's also it's another
there's
thing.
some
I
classes you can
simply
play that
won't
are
play a
less
wizard,
simple,
right? Yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
I used
And
to
I
do
do
those. I used to do like those how to play a video, right? When I was
Mhm.
trying to say, because that was my goal. I want to teach you this game, in as short a spot time as possible, right? And I did Pendragon, I did Burning Wheel. I think I did another one as well. I
Mhm.
forgot. But like Burning Wheel took me half an hour just to teach the game and very basic, right?
Yeah.
But my goal was always that, like you could watch that video if you were like invited for a session on short notice.
Yep.
You could watch that video and be able to follow along, right? If you get like a pre-gen character, and if you're not playing a caster, right? I'm not gonna tell you about the setting because there's also that and that fill those rule books, right? Art and setting and stuff like that, right?
Right.
The actual rules usually are pretty slim. Done?
Yeah, pretty much that. I wanted to like for the magic stuff. That's why I like them having on cards.
Oh
They
yeah,
have
it's an
cards
awesome
on
system.
my
Yeah.
table. It was like
Yep.
$15 for the cards, and I
Mhm.
bought a couple of them for the druid, for the cleric, for the bard, and every time we play, I know I can actually use those. I can give them to my friend who shows up with his druid. He doesn't know every spell, but I can, as a friend, as a guest, as a player, or as a GM, I can sort them out real quick and hand it to him
Yeah.
as a quick reference. Those are useful tools that save
Yep.
you time.
Yeah, for the if you play those kind of game, right? Like with those mentioned spell, I think like when I'm not a big fan of like the consumer stuff, right? But I think those are the one of the kind of thing that is actually useful. Yeah.
And you
That
can
would-
write them up yourself if it's like a money
Yep.
money thing.
Yeah.
You can always exchange time for instead of money.
Exactly.
It's up to you to
that's-
decide
Mhm.
what
Yep.
is worth it.
But or you can just print them on index card if you
Or
are
what
copying them
I-
for the SRD. If you have like a
Because
printer at home.
because I use digital character sheets a lot. I just put like a note in Google Docs under it, so when I hover over that spell, it pops out to the side. So there's a million
Ooh.
solutions, a million ways
Yeah.
to skin this
Yeah.
cat. It's not really
Yes.
as big an issue as it's
Yeah.
brought up to be.
We don't skin cat on that show, only people.
Yeah, that's true.
We tear off the skin.
Yeah.
How much this gets tossed around a lot. If you want player agency players, what are your responsibilities at the table then? What
To give them
responsibilities-
agency.
What your responsibility as a player at the table?
Act in character.
Yep.
Come
Have
with
a
a
goal.
character in the front. Yeah, which includes that. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Be a character. Yeah. Have a character.
be a character. So have a goal, have motivations, have maybe a code of ethics that you are willing or aren't willing to break.
Know
Or
the
a
rules.
loose code of ethics that
Right.
you are flimsy with
Yeah,
and
yeah,
change all the time.
yeah,
That's a character too.
sure.
Knowing the rules is also like something that a responsibility you have as a player.
Right.
But
At least
as a
know
player,
your
as a
character's
GM,
rules.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't be a hindrance on the game,
Right.
right?
If I played the pilot, I will read up on spaceship combats,
Right,
on
yep.
like flight.
If you're playing a
Yeah.
wizard, I expect you to know how casting works. You don't need to know how casting works if you're playing somebody that doesn't cast spells. Sure.
Yes.
Um.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Understand the
much
setting.
it, isn't it? Right?
You need to understand the setting,
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
limitation and
true.
stuff like that, right? Just like that has been established.
Right.
You need to and then there's like social stuff, right? You need to
Yeah. Don't
let
talk
other people,
over
like,
people.
don't
you know,
exactly
like I just did.
that's all right. We're having
Yeah.
a conversation now.
Yeah.
Sharing the spotlight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keeping the pace of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Don't try to like what I call the real PvP, right? Like
Mhm.
I like character versus character.
Yeah.
But player versus player, when you just try to always like one up the other player, like, oh, some player do something cool, I'm gonna go do the same thing but bigger, right? It's like
Show up
That's
to
what
play the
we're
doing.
game. It's it's not time to do your homework or time to hop on your phone and play a
Yeah.
different game, right? Respect the other
those, I
players.
hate mentioning that because this is so fucking basic, right?
Basic
Just
etiquette,
like,
right? But it
basic
does
like
have
human decency, right?
in this context it does
Yeah.
have to be said, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I basically have to make it a concerted effort on my table because I often play with my wife and she has like ADD as a thing. So if something pops
Yeah,
up
yeah.
and her phone vibrates, it's like grabbing her attention and pulls her right out of the scene.
Right.
But I'm aware of that, so I'm saying like, okay, the rules are, your like PC is turned off or like the screen is closed,
Right.
and
right.
you put the phone on silence. And if you like really something happens that needs your attention, we will have a break at some point.
Yeah, and
you
that
know,
can be
stuff
like-
like that.
That could be like the last bullet point of adhere
Oh.
to the social contract as
St.
you
James said like every let's play has fat delay while waiting for a player to remember what they're gonna do. That's like one thing also like a responsibility of the player, like
Yes.
follow along, understand what's happening, listen
Yeah.
to the other player when you play, right?
Yeah.
Just like
be prepared to act, right?
Yeah. But those have very little to do with agency. Agency is like, it's not a responsibility as a player, just it's a privilege that you have. You
Yeah.
control your character and
Yeah.
have a character
Yeah.
and act as your character, right?
Yep.
You share with everybody at the table. I think, in my opinion, you should have at least a working understanding of the basics of how the system works. Whether
Yes.
how combat, magic,
Sure.
space flight, whatever the system, whatever the genre, you should have at least a passing understanding of the basics.
Sure.
You should have at least a passing understanding of what's overboard and what's not in relation to things like skill sets and dice rolls and checks and balances and all this stuff that little junior Ricky, my friend Richie and Richard, when I was, because that's my preferred full, I'm big on my full name. I only call myself Rick really for this, for the videos, for YouTube. Anyway, my best friend and I were horrible dungeon masters, horrible. And we were horrible players because we were 9 and 8 years old and we were just learning. And guess what, Daddy and Grandpa, grognards everywhere, we didn't have mentors to work from. We didn't have an old.
So you figure it out at some point. You could just like start and do it, right?
Right.
There you go. You said it. And also, maybe they were horrible, but they were also 8 and 9, and I'm sure they had fun still, right? Just like we rate a lot about people saying, "Oh, as long as everybody's having fun," because that's kind of like a stupid thing to say because it means nothing, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's kind of true as well, right?
Yes,
Just like,
right. It's-
like
We lambast it because it's the obvious thing to say. It's like
because
point
people
of-
will use that like as a,
It's a
use that
It's
as
a
like,
defense. It's a
as a
shield.
defense. Yeah.
Behind my shield of having fun, you
Yeah.
are not allowed to
Yeah.
critique how I play this game.
Yeah.
Like,
for a guy,
it's- yeah.
for a guy that is basically still in that mindset today, right? Then like, why then what you do is less what you did then is less valid than what you're doing now, right? Just
Right,
like,
and mentors are not to that point. Mentors are not always correct. In fact, a lot of the times we have to remember that people can be set in their ways, and something I
Yeah.
did a lot when I was editing for fire protection publications is the older guys would be very wary of using the new protection equipment, which is way better than the older stuff. just because they had bad experience in the 90s of technology failing on them, and it's like, well, it's been 30 years, man. Things are better now, right? So having a new brain, fresh mind can be freed from a lot of baggage, right? You maybe don't
Yep.
want to be dogmatic. Look at karate now, right? When it's passed down from X many generations, you can actually end up with something that's pretty watered down from its original state. Whereas if somebody just gets out there on the mat, this is something that the Swordsmaster Lichtenauer says, which is art without practice is useless, but practice without art is fine. That's a quote that stuck with me quite a bit. 600
Yeah.
years ago. It's-
Well, like there's like, I guess, like the art has a value of its own, right? But there's different topic. Like what the Daryl say, like whatever quality of your first game, you've always thinking of ways to improve. It's based on the experience you have, and I think that's like you should always look to improve, like regardless of the experience, right? You always want to do it, and sometimes it's always like that's part of like I know Tara, you're gonna resonate that with like part of like involving yourself in the hobby, right?
Mhm.
You should always look for the next thing to get better, right? And sometimes
yeah.
sometimes you're gonna try something as a GM, like experiment, right? Like and that's also
yeah.
like this thing about like not putting like all this artificial pressure on yourself, because you want to be able to allow to experiment as well and try something like, well, I want to try this thing in this game, right? And you can be upfront with your
It-
player with that, and then it doesn't work, and it's no
Yeah.
big deal.
And it's the reason I always compare tabletop rule sets to Lego sets, because most people have played with
Yep.
Legos and at some point in their lives, and most people have had the experience of it's great to build it exactly as the instruction book tells you to build the race car or whatever it is. And then when it sits on your shelf for a few days or weeks or however long, you look at it and you go, there's something about that I don't like, or I'm just bored of it. I'm gonna take it apart and then change something. And when you
Yep.
change something, if it looks ugly the way it is now, here's the great thing about Lego, the great thing about rule sets. You can take the parts off and move it again. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not it's not the end of the
And-
world. It's
And if you were lucky or had a friend that was lucky, he doesn't have like a set. It's like 12 sets all jumbled together
Yeah.
in a big box of Lego piles.
yeah,
And you take it out and build whatever you can come up with.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and you
role
can,
playing.
Yeah.
like you don't have to try to push yourself, and don't try to be like. And I don't understand with this hobby, like don't be afraid of failure, like like you're not
Right,
there, like why people like why you want to play it safe? It's
Right,
insane, like
exactly. It is safe because it's a game, right?
like
know?
if you imagine like if you were playing music, if like music is your hobby, right? You want to play the song that are you want to try to learn the song that are just like outside of your level of expertise,
yeah.
The next step.
because then you're gonna at some point learn them, and then your level of expertise is rised up,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
People want to do that in role-playing game. They just want to like it's like this thing that this hobby that they want to engage in
Yeah.
by completely shutting their brain off.
Yeah, and I always compare it to sparring as well. It's the other thing I always compare it to, because you don't want this is an issue I have as an instructor, is I have a lot of students that are my students and I've taught them everything they know, and so I can crush them. And so when I have somebody new, I get worse against other people that have as much, the 50 years of experience that I do at age 27. And I'm worse than them than I should be, because I'm not tested by someone with equal skill to me. And that can become an issue. You need people to test you, and you need systems and situations that are going to present problems for you.
And you need to get out of your zone of comfort, right?
Mhm. You need to be able to sit there as an instructor or as a GM and go, wow, one of my students hit me. That's good. That's great. But it also means I let a guy hit me and I've taught him. Where did I fail? What did I do wrong here? Right? That's an exciting moment for me. And when you turn it into an exciting moment of, ooh, what could I improve here? That's
exactly like for me like when I GM, like that's the fun part when I like play, like when I'm surprised, when I have to challenge myself, when it's
Yeah.
like, oh fuck now, like I painted myself in the corner, I need to figure
Yeah.
out like to make something out of there, right?
Mhm.
Just like those are fun parts. Sometimes I
Yeah.
mess up, but yeah, then I grow and stuff like that. But and like for all this, like this, oh, as long as you're having fun, like for me, that's one way to have fun, right? Or
Mhm.
when I play a character,
Right.
and then I really feel I was immersed, I was in the character and stuff like that, and I could like see the scene and stuff like that, be there, right? Feel I was like there.
Yeah.
That's fun for me, right? That's where I
Mhm.
get my fun, and I get it after the session oftentimes, right? Because sometimes like during the session, I'm in stress and I'm in the moment and I'm there, right? And it's like I'm feeling a bit like, but which is still fun, but
But you know it's not the same.
Right.
It's inferior.
Right.
no, I mean during the session, I'm still having fun during the session, but like
Yeah.
I'm also like
Okay.
feeling all those other things, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to align myself emotionally with the character. But
Okay, I get it.
but like those GM that never want to challenge themselves,
Mhm.
are
Right.
they really trying to having fun or just trying to entertain people?
Oh, and I think that's part of it because having players with a lot of agency, or player characters with a lot of agency rather, that is a challenge, right? Because they will go off in directions that you
Mhm.
don't expect, going to achieve a goal that's totally contra to what your NPC's goals are, and you go, how is this NPC going to react to this revelation? Or, I didn't think about what if they tried to climb through a window, because I didn't think about the window in this building, but it would have windows. Oops. That's the fun part, thinking on the fly.
Yes,
By this,
exactly. Like for me, like that for me, like I said, that's for me. That's the part where
Yeah.
I'm actually playing a game. I'm not just like,
Right.
if I go there, I'm just like, if I was just there, like reading you a story, right?
Right.
And like
Or
maybe I'm gonna give you like I'm gonna prepare some choice for you here and there, but they're choices that are prepared, so I know like, oh, if you did choose A, that's gonna be this. If you choose B, that's gonna be that. And I'm just like walking you through that story. Where do I get my fun in there? Do I get my fun in the reaction that you have? Like, oh, thank
Right.
you, Mike. That was a very good story. It was
Mm.
very fun, very entertaining. And then I get my reward, my little
Mm.
dopamine hit.
Or do I get to be smug as the GM and go, I thought you would think of that, but I have a gotcha that I planned, as I've seen that as well, right?
Yes, I see that as well. So
Plans upon plans upon plans
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
destroy my player streams and hopes.
So I feel like I feel like they say like, oh, we're just trying to have fun. Like I feel like I don't know, maybe you're trying to, maybe you have like other agenda. You're trying to get like
Yeah,
get to have smoke blown up your ass, and
it's worthwhile to, when you throw around a word that much, it's worthwhile to delve into what that actually is. I know people hate explaining a joke, and it destroys the comedy of it, but really that's the thing comedians say to sell you tickets. No, we should delve into why something is funny or why something is fun, right?
Yeah.
we especially if that's the crux of your argument, we should definitely delve into, okay, what exactly is fun, right? Because people make pasta by hand, but objectively, well, I mean, you can buy pasta from the store and it's pretty much just the same, and you'll actually end up saving money on pre-made pasta most of the time. You'll save a lot of time. You don't need any equipment. So why are you making it by hand? Probably the answer is fun, and that's something. Well, okay, it doesn't come from the pasta then. The fun must come from the activity.
making.
Now we have to delve into something here, right? So the fun's not coming from the rules. It's not coming from the GM's description of things. It's coming from the mingling of things, right?
But I think like those GM that are like that insist of having a lot of control. I think there is an ego thing. There's like
Right,
I think
yeah.
you Tyler was mentioning like on the secret Discord.
You're leaking the DMs. We're in dangerous territory here now.
Well, it's not my Discord. I cannot share a link because it's not my Discord.
Right,
So,
right.
but anyway, on a Discord that we have in common,
Yes.
you were talking about like all those people like don't. Oh no,
They don't have. I said like they don't have. These
yeah,
people
I was about to say
oftentimes-
something you said in private, right? I don't want
These people oftentimes don't have control of their own lives or other people in their own lives, right? I mean, going to be a little bit of a low blow here, and I apologize for this, but how often do you see these guys in happy relationships? They're only ever doing these videos alone. They're never doing collaborative videos like we are. It's always about, my players need to do X, Y, and Z. I won't have it done by committee. And it's like, okay, great, fine. There have been lots of great creative projects that have been done by one guy with a strong vision, but I don't think RPG is the medium to execute that.
No.
They have issues with the murder hobo, but oftentimes if you look at what they're describing as a murder hobo, it's kind of just anyone that's trying to play their character in a way
Or
that's
it's just a player that's fed up, like being restrained
right,
by
and
the
they
game master every session.
and
That
they
was
end up
about to say, Zon.
right. And they end up being a QA tester. And what do QA testers do in video games? They start
Break
jumping
everything.
at the corners, trying to break through the world boundary because that's all they can do. They're just trying to break the game.
Release me from this prison.
And I'm not a
I don't-
psychologist or a psychiatrist, so this is just speculation. Don't take it too seriously. But I think I think there might be something there where it's like, why do you need to control people so bad, man?
Like, oh,
Like,
it's
I
my
will
game.
be-
I'm the GM.
Yeah,
I'm the
my
one
way or
against
the
my
highway.
wall. Like I said, it's not your world, right? It's
Right.
the world of this campaign that we all
It's our
all the
world.
player. It's our world, but it's also like it's the world of the character, right? Just like the
Right,
character
right.
live in that
Yes.
world, right? We just we just pretend to
Right.
be those characters
I want-
for a while.
I want to be more charitable. That, like, to me, it's a lot of it is about escapism. Like,
Right.
stuff
Yeah.
in the real world is often tough. Not many have the luxury to indulge in a hobby, and if they do, the time is precious, which is why we don't want to waste it on like real bad role play. We want to like get the most out of the time.
Right.
And yeah, escapism is great to like indulge, but then you have to like break out of it again and go back into the real world.
Mhm.
And because I can relate with this. Like, sometimes you want to indulge more than is healthy for you, and you know it. So don't lie to yourself. Like, don't try to control everything inside the world of the place. Oh, everything has to be perfect. I must create this like unique experience that has never been done before. I have to perform like I have to create this Mona Lisa in a role-playing game. Like, no, just have some fun. You don't need to reach those expectations. Why do you feel this way in the first place? Sometimes
Right.
you just have to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, like, why
Yeah.
are you still playing, man?
Yeah, why are you
been
doing
50
this?
years.
Right. And if you come to the conclusion that you like designing these worlds that take the session 0.1, 0.2, etc., and doing all of this, well, maybe just talk to your players to have a Shaunerism and ask them, hey, let's just drop the pretense and do you guys just want to help me storyboard a novel? Right? And we
Yeah.
say that often in a derogatory way, but we only mean it in a derogatory way when that's what you're doing without saying that's what you're doing. Storyboarding a novel can be a very fun thing. I have a degree in writing, right? I love doing that,
Yeah, me
but it's a
too.
separate thing. That's the important
Let your
part,
players
right?
in.
You're right. Yes, let them in on the joke. Let them know, hey,
Yep.
we're gonna be here, and I've already got a bunch of the stuff written, but I like some input. I like, I want full creative control of this, but I'm interested in hearing your thoughts because I think that's where
There's
most
also
GMs
like
are at.
in every big city, there's also like writer group when you
Mhm.
can go and you everybody share like their little
Oh,
part of
yeah.
story that they wrote
Yeah,
and stuff
right.
like that.
Mhm.
Maybe investigate that.
Right, and I mean that in full good faith, right? I'm not trying to
Absolutely.
say that smugly. I that's an awesome thing to do, right? Me and a lot of my players have either writing or
you can
adjacent
write
degrees. It's
Oh, I didn't realize you could see my cursor.
Oh, we
older
can.
group
Yeah.
of our siblings playing on a regular basis, and we're sneaking in and listening in on what they were doing or convincing them to let us at their table. We didn't get any of that. And a lot of you have had that experience because the hobby is such a wide open sandbox itself compared to the way it was 50 years ago. That's 50 years. Fine. Yeah, that was a beef. That was not. That was an issue I had with Mr. Schoner too. Because his idea was if you weren't at it every damn day, well, you couldn't. You were exaggerating.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
addressed that
exaggeration.
earlier.
It's just the facts. That's how people. That's how people quantify experience and things. Fool. It's like saying that.
That's
Wait,
really like
what's-
fucking hurt him, right?
What's his prop? Okay, wait. I want to pick up on something before we go into the genre thing. It's like, oh, we didn't get to watch over older brother's shoulder as he's playing. It's like, yeah, I understand that it's a limitation, and it's been a limitation all the way up to Twitch TV. You played on your table with your guys, and maybe you had maybe your game circle extended up to 10 people, and that was it.
Right. and
Most
it's
of the time, there was one game master.
To-
And now with Twitch TV, where I started getting into the hobby, I got to learn from JP, from Koibu, from Adam Coble, from a bunch of different people. I did learn from Matt Mercer, from Matthew Colville, and the more I've seen, the more I realize, oh, there's more than one way to skin the cat, to tear off the skin. It's like a bunch of different ways to play this game, and I can make it my way too.
Two or three things here. With absolutely right, Jean-Lar. And I didn't have this either. I was an only child, right? So this is kind of a weird hill to die on, a weird, offshoot. Yes, it's more open. However, getting more access to, again, these mentor figures, these shoulders to lean over, doesn't mean it's better. It just means there's more of it. There's a lot of garbage out there. And this is part of why I bring up that old 1978 module, in that that's good content from back when you didn't, in my estimation, of course, when you didn't really have much. That's a guy saying, shedding some light behind the scenes of, hey, I'm being paid to design a thing here, and this isn't. I don't think this content that you're about to read is good. Is what he's saying on the first page there. Very
It's
neat.
like it has a very specific purpose, right?
Right. Third, it's kind of in bad taste to disparage a man after he's gone and can't defend himself here, right? Like that's. I'm also not gonna.
We can talk about the idea, but we don't have to besmirch the name.
Right. And again, the point of this is the point of him saying, "Well, you weren't at it every day for 50 years," is really you took breaks. And this is something that I've been honest about with my historical European martial arts instruction. I've been doing it for about 10 years, but I've taken, a year or two break here when I couldn't do it because I was doing school and I was too busy, or, didn't have a club here, So, no, I don't have 10 years of experience. And that's not just because I wasn't doing it every day. It's because there were times when I wasn't doing it for weeks or months at a time, right? And if you say you have 50 years experience on a job resume, yeah, that means you're doing it 5 days a week. We know what this means. More to the point, doesn't really matter. Right? Experience is such a bad way to quantify something, because if you have 20 years of karate experience, but you've never sparred, are you a good martial artist? No, it just means you have a lot of experience going through the motions. And that's what a lot of DMing and role playing is. It's going through the motions. It's not, you're not doing any sparring, right? There you go.
And that's, and the mentor stuff, right? That's also oftentimes what it does, it crystallizes a lot of the bad habits, right?
Right.
You just
We do it this
they didn't
way.
know, exactly. They didn't know what they're doing, and then they figure out a way that kind of work, and then they pass that down instead of
we do
more
this
people
to block punches, and the student goes, "But I've never seen a boxer or an MMA fighter block a punch that way. This is the way that Masoyama taught it, and he had a lot of experience, and we did it for. This is going back generations and generations, and it's like, yeah, but does it work?
Somewhere in the chain that something got
Yeah.
lost in translation or some shit like
but
that.
but you never answer the question. But does it work? Right? Yes, I get it. You have all these years and years of experience. do those years of experience tell you that it works?
Will it
I don't-
actually block the
right.
punch?
Right,
every
right.
time, like,
I
reliably?
don't care if you have 50 years of experience taking tires off with crowbars, right? That's technically something you could do,
Yeah.
but that just tells me you have 50 years of experience going about doing something the difficult, obnoxious way, right?
And like, you never question your own way of doing
Right.
stuff either, right?
Right.
Sometimes that's what happened, right? Or you maybe like the first 5 year, you kind of question, and as when you settle down to one way of like, and then you fucking done
Right.
that for 45 years, right? I used to work in video game, and I would see like people doing that, right? Just like I say, well, why are you doing that? Like that's so inefficient, like that. Oh, we know it works. We've all been doing it that way. Say,
Yeah.
but we're also trying to push the technology.
Right.
If we always do what we tried
Literally,
done before,
right?
And
Yeah.
And what of those of us that have years of experience and look back on our years of experience and go, man, I've been doing it the crap way up until like very recently. Like those first 5 years were kind of wasted time. That means 7 years experience is like out the window. Really, it's like 2 years experience.
I mean, it's
generously,
literally
right. You know?
the last 10 years of like D&D, of getting into role playing, and after 10 years I realized the answer to good role play is not sold in a fucking book.
Yeah. What is it? What is it? Was it Plato or was it
The
Plato
book is
or
free, and it's called Role Play the Hard Way.
Yes, yes. Was it Plato or Aristotle that said the only thing I know is that I know nothing? That's kind of what experience tells me, right?
Yeah.
No, that's Plato, I think. I forgot. I'm sure like somebody in chat can tell us.
Very fitting that I've forgotten who that quote is
crap.
from too.
Yeah, Crap would tell us that.
Yep. Sure would.
All right, let me play this guy.
Yes.
That airplane pilot, well, he's an experienced pilot. Right. But I know a whole lot of other people with some really lousy flying skills that barely know how to fly.
Oh, it might be Socrates.
Socrates.
Yes, you're right. It's the Socratic method, right?
Yeah, but that'd be Plato, right? Which one is Wait.
And now we're going off the rails, but
Would you put them in the cockpit of that jumbo jet that's carrying you and your family across the ocean?
it's Plato's account of
It's asking
Socrates.
there.
So I'm talking about.
For total player agency, my friends, are you advocating for total game master absolution? Are you advocating to do away with the game master altogether?
No.
Well,
And we're
we've
not
already
talking
discussed
about
that, but yeah.
The game master and the issues with game master having too much agency, having for conducting the railroad, having the literal all paths lead to the quantum ogre.
Oh, we're back here. Okay.
Okay, we're not talking that. We know that to be a reasonably decent GM, you need to play and to run, to learn, to be open-minded a little bit, to keep your ears open and listen to your players.
Yeah, listen to your players, man.
I've got
Obviously.
plenty of experience at tables with players that had almost or no experience role-playing. They were actually put off by the whole idea because of the negativity that tends to run around with it, and a lot of people that stick their nose up, or are being disingenuous at best when it comes to something they don't know, so they poo-poo it. I find it really ironic and amusing how many of these certain types of individuals who absolutely would never role-play in a role-playing game. I would never sit down and play one of them. But you have absolutely no problem playing fantasy football. Oh, boy,
Oh,
they hate it
okay.
when I-
This isn't a total straw man. This isn't a total straw man. I know the people he's talking about. I was like, the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah, I was
no,
thinking
okay,
of like,
yeah.
oh, theater
Yes.
kids. Oh, you just want to
Yes.
like tell a story? What do
Right,
you even
well,
need?
The guys that go, what, the hell, this nerd shit, and I'm like, dude, you pick a what if scenarios of your, this football player, and you sit on the couch. That's pretty nerdy, dude. You memorize.
It's even worse because now you're just like,
yeah,
like idolizing like those other men and stuff like that.
memorizing
Like,
baseball
other
player
putting
statistics.
the
That's
name of
pretty
another
fucking
man on
nerdy,
your
dude.
back.
Yeah, it's just a
Ronaldinho
different flavor.
is
So,
the
yeah,
best human ever because he plays soccer. Wow.
Yeah. So okay, I know the guys he's talking about. Yeah, sure. But also, don't try to drag those guys to your table. Just accept that we have different hobbies, right? That's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, maybe I can spend Saturday night watching with you football.
Yeah.
You tell me what's actually happening.
Yeah,
And next
we'll rib
weekend,
each other
we-
about our nerd shit, right?
Yeah, and then we do a role playing game, and I teach you how to have free will at the table. You know.
Yep.
No, like
Oh.
I get what you mean on that point, right? You see those people like raising their nose at that, and just like,
Yeah.
well, it's not worse than any other thing, right? We all
Yeah,
do,
it's just a hobby, man. Yeah.
like, is it like worse than like fucking spending like 3 hour a night watching Netflix, right?
Right. A non-productive hobby, a one-way medium hobby, as
Yeah.
we would say.
Like in
Lodog
Europe, you have that. In Europe, you have that in video games a lot, like on Call of Duty players looking down on the World of Warcraft players because those are nerds, and fucking soccer, like FIFA players, look down on the Call of Duty players because they are nerd. You know, it's like I play a real game. I pay for the same football game every year.
FIFA players.
Yeah. So I get its point there, but let's keep going.
Yeah.
Big into role playing. You're role playing a coach or a producer or whatever it is that runs the freaking team in football, and you want your football team to be better than the other guy's football team. No. Wake up, Chuck. You're playing a freaking tabletop game just like everybody else. Pen and paper, whether you do it on a computer or not, doesn't matter. It's the same principle.
I think it was
And some
pretty
people
much the
get
end of
really
the
into it, really excited, and some don't. Because at the end of the day,
there's an
when we
important
talk about
there's an important distinction here, though, right? You're not role playing the coach or recruiter. You're just doing the mechanical action of the recruiter. You're not going to the school, watching those individual players play the games. You're not talking to their high school or their college coaches and asking, about transfers. You're not putting yourself in their shoes and going, do I like the personality of this guy? Am I, you're not going home as that coach. And, even if we do a fade to black in a tabletop, we would say things like, I go home for the night and then we pass time to the next day, right? Just purely doing the mechanical action, it's not really role-playing, right? That's just the G part of the role-playing game. It's part of a tabletop game, sure, but no, you're not really role-playing the...
Oh, sorry, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot, dog.
Yeah, you're not really role-playing the part of the coach or the recruiter. You're just doing his actions, right? If that makes sense. You're doing only a very specific set of their actions, more to the point, right?
Yeah, it's like you're put into his shoes, but you're still yourself. Like, how would I be the football manager? Oh, let me do all of these things that I hated watching in FIFA, like when other.
Yeah.
But when real teams play, this coach is an idiot.
Yeah.
Let me try it in Football Manager.
Yeah.
And then it simulates all of those strange mechanics of this player has a huge ego and argues with you all the time.
Yeah.
This guy is unreliable. He's a loose cannon who will, break somebody's knee when he gets away with it.
Yeah.
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 That's a fun game, but it doesn't have anything to do with role. I don't think it has anything to do with role playing. But it can be immersive, I guess.
Yeah. Right. You don't have the travel. You're not traveling to away games and doing that sort of stuff and engaging in different the minutia, I guess you would say, of the day-to-day of a recruiter or a coach, right? There's
Another thing too.
Yeah.
Sorry for the dog. I think there's a plow going outside. We had a bit of a snowstorm. Right? I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
I
thought you meant like a farming plow, and I was like, who the hell's plowing their field
Snow
at like
plow.
midnight?
Snow plow,
Yeah.
which probably not have more than that have experience with it.
Late night corn farmer. No. Oh God. I mean, if we get a foot of snow, it's the end of the world down here. It's.
Yeah. I'll need after the stream. I'm probably gonna go plow my own driveway.
Yeah.
With the dog outside. All right, let me play Let me press play a bit.
4 dimensions of role play. Well, I
Oh.
stick at number 2 for a lot of reasons. Number 2, the second stage of role play, is the most common used in most tables, and that's for
Yes.
50 years
Yeah.
of experience.
Yeah.
50 years of experience. We're playing with the very diverse groups of people, dude. I have played games.
I really appreciate that they say that at least. You say like, oh, those four dimension of role play. I'm gonna stick with 2. That's the most common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of having the separations, is so that
Yeah.
we can pick which one we are, be honest about
Exactly.
it, and go, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Or here's where I want to be.
That's the
right?
style I like. That's the
Yeah.
obviously
Yeah.
we're the one that came up with the name, right? So
Right.
maybe the name, like maybe they make us look a little bit better or some shit like that. Maybe it does give the impression of the gradation, stuff like that, right? So
Like,
whatever,
is
right?
it pretentious? Well, not
Yes.
really, because we are trying to define it, what it means. What is pretentious behind trying to find a definition that we can agree upon?
Well,
Because like there's some form of gradation, right? Because it goes
Right.
from 1 to
Yes.
4 being top level and stuff like that, right? Just like it's also like how deep you are in, right? How
Right.
like how involved you are in, right?
and we have said, on multiple occasions, 4D isn't better than 3D just because the number is better. 3D and 4D are both great. They're just different
Yeah.
ways to
It's a matter of style, right?
Right.
And
We are adamant about 1D being bad, and I think most people can
no,
get
like
down with.
I'm for me, like the one I like the least is 2D.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
okay
yeah,
with 1D.
true.
If we're good, that's what we're gonna do. Like, oh, we just a bunch of mates. We're gonna
Yeah.
hang out
Yeah.
together, make a bunch of joke, have
Yeah.
a fun time, and we're gonna make it as a game night.
Yeah.
So we have something on the calendar that we're gonna go show up every week, right, or
Yeah.
every month,
And-
or whatever. Right? I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
and what I was about to say is we're all down with 1D being bad at being a role playing game.
role-playing
right?
game, yeah, exactly.
It's not inherently negative, and there's no like characters based judgment. And what I get here is that there's a characters based judgment thing going on. As Crispy said, it becomes hard to avoid with pointing out that there's some projection going on here when we hear 21 minutes into the video, the 5th or 6th. Guys, I have 50 years of experience. What I'm hearing between the lines is, please believe me, guys, value my opinion. And it's like, it's fine. I don't expect you to value my opinion as a 27-year-old, relatively wet behind the ears, nothing. I have nothing to prove here. It sounds like you have something to prove, which is, look, one of the guys you're, having in this, invisible discussion with is half or a third as old as you, man. It's
Like, I get the same impulse with art, right? Like,
yeah,
oh, I have to justify myself why I'm drawing so much. Oh, because I have aspirations to do this, or like to pay the bill, or to do, to improve myself. It's like, at some point you have to stop and be like,
Right.
well, do you do it for fun? Is it a hobby?
Right.
Do you want to make
Right.
it a professional thing, and set the course and aim towards it? Because if you don't, then you're constantly trying to justify yourself why you do the thing you do, and then then you end up feeling like, oh, I'm wasting my time, and you can't admit that because you're avoiding the fucking problem.
Right.
There's also like
So
something
you
like
attack people.
There's something you can like doing to some extent, right? And at some point also you can
Yeah.
say like, you know what, I like playing music, but I don't want to play music like 8 hours a day. That'd be like too much. Now at some point, like would I get better? Maybe, probably, but I would enjoy it less, right? Because it,
Yeah.
there's not only a diminishing return, but at some point also like, and the same thing with gaming. Like I said before, I don't want to have like fucking 5 games a week. That's more than I want.
I've done that. It's too much. You have maybe 1 or 2 good games a week out of that, if that.
Yeah,
Look at that. You got money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
money, man.
quality of experience. That's exactly right.
No, like say it isn't about experience, but quality of experience. If you spend 50 years playing badly, that just make you an expert in jack and shit. Yeah, and Jack just left town. Exactly.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
we
Right.
talked about it earlier. Exactly, that's exactly true, right?
Yeah.
Just like you can do like the same thing for 50 years, and
And,
if you do
and
it wrong,
you start creating excuses for yourself. You start creating excuses to not learn from the new guy. You know, oh,
See-
I have 50 years of experience. What is it? You know, okay, I don't need to. You know, I don't need to listen.
What
to
does
this.
he have that
Yeah,
I
what
don't?
does he
you
know, right? And then you get, you know, again, I've seen this happen. You get worldviews shattering whenever, you know, again, the new guy hits you in sparring, and you go, "But I have 50 years of experience. This isn't
I used to
supposed
be
to
a-
happen."
I used to be a lifting coach, right?
You know,
And I would get people sometime that they would come because like we had like a
Mm-hmm.
reputation and stuff like that, and they would come from far away sometime to get like help with their bench because they've been stuck at 405 for 5 years, right? Whatever, which is not a bad number.
no,
You can bench
fucking lot of
405.
weight.
Like not many people can do that.
I can't.
But but at some point you always like plateau, and then they would come and see
Yeah.
and say, well, you're a strong guy, but your technique is not very good.
Mhm.
So
Right.
here's the thing you can fix here and there and there and that. And obviously now you're changing stuff. You've done that for a long time.
Mhm.
It's gonna feel weird, and you
Mhm.
might regress a bit. But if you stick to it, you're gonna go back to where you are,
Mhm.
and you're gonna start moving again up again, right?
Yeah.
But then like those guys that sometimes you would get like new guys that are beginning, and you'd show them the technique, and they get into it,
Mhm.
and then they progress fast. But
Yeah.
those guys that achieve a certain level of mastery, it's almost impossible to get them to change their way
Right.
because they've
And
been
when
doing
you,
that for a
like,
long time, and now like they're calcified in their way,
when you
right?
have guys that come from other martial arts to come to my gym, a lot of times it's very cool, and they have the experience of other martial arts to know, that's interesting, there's crossover here, or I hadn't thought about it that way. But there's also a subsect that goes, well, that's not the way I was taught how to do it. And, you know, after about the third or fourth time they say that about something, I go, okay, well, then why are you here? Can I help you with something? Right? You know, did you come here because you have something to prove, or, you know, what?
Yeah.
If that's the bottom line, then just keep doing your thing, right? That's
Like you
that's,
cannot
know.
teach something to someone who thinks he knows it all, right?
Right,
They need to
exactly.
be able to
And
put
that's
their
that's what I'm getting from this, you know. I have 15 years of experience, right? It's like, okay, great and all, but that should show itself, right? That's a show don't tell sort of thing. I will know if you have experience, and if that experience is valuable when you put, you know, rubber to the road, so to speak.
Yeah, the
You don't
50
need to
years
tell
of
it to me.
experience will show at the table.
Right?
You know,
Exactly.
like when you sit down and you open up this world for me, I will feel like, holy shit, 50 years of experience is hitting me in the face. This is awesome. Like,
I can go to a lot of bars with bartenders who've been working since the dark age of cocktails in the 70s and 80s, and they have a lot of experience, and they will serve you a dog shit cocktail because that's what they have experience with. They have experience with making terrible cocktails. So it's like, great, fantastic.
Yeah,
You've,
absolutely.
you can repeatedly make that terrible old fashioned over and over again. That's what that experience will give you. It'll give you repeatability.
Yeah, like if people like say like practice make perfect,
Yeah.
but it's practice make permanent.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what it is, right?
Practice.
Like,
There's a
It's like,
blind.
what are you practicing?
There's
You
a
know?
blind magician. I can't remember his name, but he has a great quote on that, which is, "No, perfect practice makes perfect. If you don't, you know, if you're practicing sloppily, well, that's exactly what you'll get out."
Yeah, when we were like when I was coaching, like I would always like tell people like say like, yes, you're warming up. Obviously, you're doing like one plate, and you don't need to have proper form for it. You can do like one plate, two plate with shit form, right? Any day, all day, right? But you're not only warming up the muscle, you're also warming up the form. And once you're gonna go in under stress, and when you're gonna be like when it's gonna matter really, you're gonna default to what you've done the most. If you're gonna do like a single today, right, or a few single today, that's gonna be like 3-4 reps. You're gonna do it proper form, but you have done your warm up. You're gonna have done like 50 reps with bad form, right? So there's this thing as well, right? The experience thing, right? You have to work that in the body, and then like, and if you've been training badly for 5 years, it's gonna take a long time before you default back to doing it right,
Right.
because you have to make it like the new normal. Richard Turner, Blind Magician.
Yeah.
For me, it's just really funny that this is the problem we are stuck at. Of like, I mean, we say 50 years of experience. Since he brings it up, we have to talk about this.
Right.
I don't even
right.
see this as like something that even has merit to be discussed.
Oh, right.
I'm sure Tyler knows much more about Bruce Lee than I do, but this guy broke like what all of the martial arts traditions, moving to America and taking Tai Chi and boxing and different elements
Oh man.
into what
I mean,
what
we
can
could,
I use? Yes,
we could
go
talk
ahead.
a lot about. I mean, the Bruce Lee fanatics are usually the worst about it because you can tell they haven't read the Tao of Jeet Kune Do, which is, as soon as anybody says they practice Jeet Kune Do, it has failed to become a style.
Meaning.
It's not a style anymore.
Yeah.
Once you're bragging about, oh yes, I'm a Jeet Kune Do practitioner, I follow in Bruce Lee's lineage, he says, then it has truly died. It's not its own unique thing anymore after
That's
It's-
even
yeah.
more ironic to
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
because I mean, like the whole point of Bruce, why was he impressive? Jeet Kune Do mentioned, yeah,
Yep.
like the whole point was, hey, you know what? This doesn't do it for me. It's not practical. What if I do this?
Yeah,
And
right.
trying that and
Yeah,
practicing
'cause
that and using it.
He took his years and years of Wing Chun experience and went, okay, I've used this in one actual fight and I won it, but I can tell it didn't work great. There's things that I've learned
Yeah.
here that objectively, when again the rubber meets the road and the fist meets the face, there are things that didn't work here, and I have to look at, and it's hard. I think it's ultimately because it's hard to look at 10 years and go, damn,
Yep.
those were kind of wasted, but
Who's
they
the-
weren't
who's
wasted.
the guy
You have
that,
to, yeah.
There's a guy on YouTube that was doing Aikido, and at some point somebody challenged him, and then he said like,
Rokas, martial
"Man,
arts
yeah,
training.
Rokas,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, it's
fuck, I
like,
wasted my time."
Yeah.
why does it cost me $300 for you to paint me a painting in 30 minutes?
Yep.
Because it took me 20 years to get to the 30-minute part.
Right.
You know, it's like,
And 15 years of that was just making garbage paintings and figuring
Yeah.
out all
Must
the
be-
ways not to do it, right? But
Yeah.
the problem is when I say I have, 6 years of HEMA, I'm not talking about the 4 years on top of that I had of doing it all the wrong ways, and I'm still probably doing it a lot of the wrong ways, right? So I don't brag about having 10 years,
Well,
and I
as long as
hardly
you're having
brag about
fun.
having 6 years, right?
I have 10 years of having fun in role-playing games.
Right, yeah, that's that's about what I could say, right? You figure out the ways not to do something. That's
Yeah.
what experience should.
I have
teach
10
you,
years of
right?
experience on how to have a horrible time in role-playing games.
Right.
That's what I...
I have a very sharp eye for dog shit players and people to avoid. Like, not even just bad players, but like bad human beings that you don't want at your table. I've got a sharp eye for that these days, that's what most of my experience has taught me.
All right, let's yeah,
Those
for like,
tables
we're
with
gonna
people
take
with
50
spare
years to
pants
go through
on
this
you.
video.
I ain't kidding you. I ain't kidding you. And I play tables with literal murderers and rapists and worse.
Jeez, I
Because they
predicted
wanna
the
play
future.
too. They want to have fun. They want to try something different.
It's weird, flexible.
I play
Okay.
tables.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Young
if
kids
they
that
try
have no
something
fucking
different than
clue what's
murder,
going
I'm
on.
happy.
Yeah,
That
I-
sounds like an improvement.
Exactly. Like, well,
I'm
I tried. That wasn't
confused.
for me.
Where did we go? What happened? Where
I don't
does
know.
he explain how this connects, or is this a total bizarre
Nah,
non sequitur?
that was a non sequitur. I think. Like,
It sounds like I have to show like something I can brag about.
This
Like-
is the back in my day we walked uphill both ways in the snow to go
Yeah.
to school, isn't it? That's what
Yeah.
this is. Okay.
We wear the onion on the belt, which was a style at the time.
Shit.
And
Damn
all
it.
I can do is try to make the afternoon a pleasant day for them because I really don't have the patience for that level. And the people who do and they do videos on it, oh man, God bless you. Seriously, God bless you. I would literally start tearing my hand. I run from scenarios like that. I honestly do. And those of you who go out on a regular basis to your local game store to invite people in to be ambassadors of the hobby, man, hey, I would take my hat off if I'd take my hat off if I had a hat on at the moment.
It's
No
rough.
Yeah.
player agency.
I don't like. Obviously, I'm not the one that's gonna. I'm not a good ambassador for the hobby. Like, I can talk
No.
theory. No, because I don't like people, and I have very little patience for people, right? So I know that. I know my limit, right? I can talk theory and shit like that, and come on here and exchange
Right.
some idea.
Right.
But then you have to take them on and do your own shit. I'm not gonna fucking hold you
know-
by the hand.
In a way, the saying goes like this: the master gets the student he deserves, right? Like,
Oh yeah,
You
what
can-
is it? The master presents himself when the student is ready is something in the Tao of Jeet Kune Do.
I was thinking more of like from more of a workforce perspective.
Oh
If
yeah.
you're a boss, like in a company,
Yep.
like you get people filtered in, and they learn from you, and
Right.
and if you're like the type of guy that is completely abrasive and
Hmm.
puts off, like
Yeah.
you will filter out those
Yeah.
people until somebody comes along who can deal with your shit and actually gets it, like tries to interpret
Yeah.
what you're trying to say
Hmm.
and works with you. And you can have it like both ways of either you completely burn out a bunch of people, or you get those couple of guys that learn from you and become like the best of the craft in
Yep.
in your nation. You
Right,
know, it
you
can
want-
go
yeah.
both ways.
And in every group I've had where I start a new group, you keep probably like a third of the people that show up, and the rest, you cut the wheat from the chaff, right? And that's not to disparage the 70% is chaff. It's just that they find out it's not for them, or
We
this specific
separate
style
and
is not-
segregate.
Right, exactly. You want de facto segregation. Take that out of context. Clip me on the internet saying that. I don't want get your peas out of my mashed potatoes, man. They're two separate things. If you want peas in your mashed potatoes, let that happen at your table.
I like it. I like it very much, but also I like peas a lot.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, like I'm glad when other people, like people that are nicer than me and more patient than me,
Like Crispy. Very
Yeah.
nice. guy.
Yes.
or Rick, or like
For now.
those guys when they have the patience of like dealing with the, I just like also I'm a busy guy, right? I have like I have a lot of shit to do.
You don't have to do this to yourself.
And I got my groups going on. Like I said, like I don't want to play like 5 games a week. So like
Mhm.
I have my
Right.
weekly games, stuff like that, and I'm sometime an extra one there here and there,
Mhm.
and I'm good with that, right? Just like, but
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, majority of you, if you even think about any of this, other than aside from the occasional crazy conversation on YouTube, at the end of the day, you fall somewhere in between the level 2 and level 3 of roleplay. And so
There's no in between.
the longer you play, the more you get into something, the more you want to.
there's no in between. Like
It's
people
all-
always do that. Oh, I'm like 2.5D. There's no in between.
Yeah. By
Obviously,
the time
if you do, yeah, sorry, got it.
by the time you click on a your seat at the table video, you've been filtered out from the 1D players, from the social players, the friend of a friend who likes to roleplay sometimes.
Right.
It's like you went the extra step of, well, how do I roleplay? Like, what
Right.
is the responsibility of a game master?
That's
And then maybe you see his video and you hear like this rant of 50 years of experience
Right.
of everything going, like being weird, like learning, being caught up in the middle of it.
yeah.
But like,
I-
yeah, go ahead. Just,
I think that's an important thing to point out is the reason any of us are here is because we want to improve. We want to get
Yeah.
better at things, right? So
And he called Genre a fool, so his
Pointing-
honor this
well,
cannot stand.
yeah, but pointing out that most people sit, 2D, 3D. I would say most people sit at 1D to 2D, not
Yep.
they may.
and
I have used the term 2.5D before, but really that's just to say that like we're 3D, 3D. Oh, we have a 2D section that breaks character, and then we're 3D.
Yeah.
You
Because
need
that-
to look at the micro, right? And
that's what I was about to
Yeah.
say. Like, there's no something like 2.5D or whatever, or
Yeah.
3.5D.
Yeah.
But you can dip in one or the other, right? You
Yeah.
can be a 4D player,
Yeah.
and then you can go join a 1D game and just like say, you know what, I'm just gonna put that. We're doing something else here, right? And that's it's understood, and that's fine. And I'm going in there on those terms, right? And when you do a 4D session, it's not gonna be like all co-creation all the time. Like most of the session is gonna be like in 3D.
Right. Right.
And then like you can add you have the license on top of it.
Right.
You don't have to, because you have the license, you don't have to use it every time.
Yeah. Like
And
I
if-
would say, we had a really cool 4D moment, or we had a not so great bad 2D moment where somebody acted out of character, right? That's how I use the framework, right? But my point in bringing that up is going, don't settle for, as Shauner would say, settle in, settle out, settle for. Don't settle for, oh, most of us are here, therefore it's fine. Well, okay, sure, it is fine, but if we're looking at these videos, if we're going out of our way, as Zonalar says, we probably don't want to be just fine. We don't want to be where most people are at, right? I don't go out of my way to go to somebody with 50 years of martial arts experience because I want to have an average experience in martial arts. No, I want to be above. I want to be stand out from the rest. Even if that doesn't mean necessarily better, I'm expecting a unique experience. If you buy a $200 bottle of wine, you should be getting some weird, odd flavors out of it. That's what separates a $50 bottle of wine and a $200 bottle of wine. If you didn't know, if you've never had those experiences, right? You're not necessarily getting something better for your $150 extra. You're getting something that's a totally different experience than you could achieve at your $10 to $50 price range.
Yeah, but also like we got another super chat one. It's a good night for, I don't know what people are generous.
More money
yes.
for Mr.
Oh.
Max.
Yeah. Loud Dog say for $5, whatever disagreement one might have with Shauner, you don't speak ill of those who have gone before us. Yeah, it's bad
I
form
mentioned
and
that
kind of poor
earlier. Yeah,
character.
that's and it is hearing that I'm fully with Crispy, where it becomes more and more difficult to be cordial.
To be fair though, like this guy might not know that Shauner.
That is true. Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Like but I agree. Like it's kind of bad form, right? But what was I about to say? Yeah, also like those dimension stuff. It's also like an ideal that you can have like you're gonna do a 3D game. Sometimes you have a dip in 2D. Doesn't mean like you have like you don't play like a 2.5D then, right? Just like because that's the ideal you set. You say we want to do a 3D game. We're gonna stay all the time in character as much as we can. We're gonna stay in character. That's the goal you've set for that session. Maybe at some point you fail that goal and you dip back into 2D.
Right.
But the session is still like aiming toward 3D. So that you cannot say like, oh, we're gonna aim a session as a 2.5D, mostly in character, but we are allowed to go dip. Then that's just a 2D session. That's why I'm saying there's no in between, because that's the dimension is the aim, the direction that you go for, right? That's what matter. It doesn't mean that we're not perfect. We make mistakes sometimes as well, right? Sometimes like I might say something that I shouldn't say or whatever. I've suddenly like a out of character question or comment or whatever, or maybe I break character a bit and I laugh at something stupid, or it happens. But we set our objective for the game. We want to do a 4D game. We want to do a 3D game, right? You don't say like, oh, we're gonna do a 3D game, but you can, that's what I'm saying. There's no in between, because it's a goal you set. It's an understanding you have. You know what I mean? And if you do we do like a 2D game, but like suddenly you speak in character, or suddenly it's a 3D. Now you're playing in 3D. It's like your session is still set for 2D, right?
It's the expectations you've agreed on. Like, let's meet up. I bring the rule books. I'll try to act according to like how I win the game. Basically, that's 2D, and I will act in a way that is true to my character, but I might like it might impact us negatively.
Yeah, I mean,
we
you
might
kind
lose
of
money, we might lose opportunities or
you
experience
when
points.
you're playing a tabletop RPG, you kind of have two rule sets that you're adhering to. You have the social contract set of rules, and then you have the rule set of the system you're using. And they're not. It's not a complicated concept to me. Anytime you're breaking the rule of the social contract that says we will do the 4D or the 3D thing, then it's like, okay, well, you're not. You're no longer in that dimension anymore. We're in another dimension, right?
And to point out, the social contract is not it will always be there whether you talk about it or not, because it's
Yes.
unspoken most of the times.
Yeah, and
The reason why
that's the problem.
we write it down is to clarify so that you know what I mean
Yes,
and I know what you mean, and then we can talk about it if you disagree. If it's unspoken, we will run into it at like session 2 during the game of the 20 session campaign that we agreed on in the middle of the game. Like, wait, you're doing what? What the fuck is going on here?
and this is part
I'm
of
stuck
why
with this guy for like another year.
this is part of why writers hate phone calls. It's because we hate going, did I say that? Did he remember that he said that? No, I like having a sign that I can tap.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he write it down?
Yeah.
The feedback I gave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I exactly said. Maybe I worded it in a way that wasn't great. When I have something written down, I can look at it and go, oh, I see how he misinterpreted that. I need to change how I wrote that. Or, no, I don't understand. Hey, look at the damn social contract, man. We agreed to do this. Yeah.
Are we done with that guy? It's almost been 4 hours for the stream.
Yeah,
I
it
think that we'll
really
wrap
has.
up. It's 3 a.m. here.
Does he
Oh,
have
good
more
Lord.
to say? I don't know. Do we have more to? Do we want to
I
hear
think-
more of him?
I think like at some point he get like a bit rambly as well. There was another point at the end, like he's I started a comment of yours earlier, John, because like I knew he would get to something about that later on. I thought he would, like about some people don't recognize you can achieve higher or lower quality of role play.
Hmm.
And I think there's such a thing, right? Just like if you role play as a definition, if you're like role playing more and you're more into character, like you're slipping more in the skin of your character, you're doing better role play, right? Just like role play, it's not about like doing better role play. It's not about like doing oh, you have such a good accent. Oh, you're so funny. You have such funny game. You're such a good role player. Like you make everybody laugh at the table. That's not role play. Better role play is like getting in your character more, getting in the skin of your character more.
Right.
But
Tear off your skin so you can put on the skin of somebody else.
Exactly. Slip in the skin of
Experience the
somebody
life.
else. Yeah. Tear off your own skin.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I wanted to mention it ironic earlier with you mentioned, slip into my shoes back in 1982, and I was just thinking and trying not to say, fucking try that yourself, man. That's it. Sounds like you were stuck in the 50 years of experience and not getting into the mindset of people who have a fresh view on things, who have a he projects this view of kids these days that have the advantage of being able to look over the shoulders of other GMs, and I'm like, well, no, that's not me. I'm fairly young. I started with 3.5 and then went backwards into AD&D, but I didn't have these experiences. I learned AD&D from a guy who is also in his 20s. He's a couple years older than me. Right,
I had one GM before me.
Yeah.
Before going to GM myself, I had
Yeah,
one GM before me. Was pretty decent, I got to say, for this time, right? But then like I had idea, like I saw him doing stuff, and I had idea, like, you know what, I think I could do that better. And then like I went to do my own stuff, right? Just like, and that's it.
Yeah.
That was back in 92. Who was mentioning 92 in chat? That's the year you were born, right?
I was born in 92.
Oh, it's you. Yeah.
I didn't write it in chat though.
Yeah.
No, people was talking about 92 there.
Yes, they ended up derailing, talking about, we're reminiscing about Daryl Errett? Sorry if I'm butchering your last name. I'm familiar with that. Is new around here. I haven't seen him. But he got
Yeah.
into this sphere, if you will, with Watsy
Oh, yeah.
ending the OGL and who boy, yeah, I remember that shit
Yeah.
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, I
Pretty
think I'm
much
gonna wrap
got
that
me
up
on board
because,
to leave.
Yep.
yeah, because I
Yeah.
because it's late.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
freaking
reason.
late.
It's been a long show. I didn't realize. I just saw the time, and now
Yes,
it's like it me, and I wanted to go plow a bit before going to sleep. So
yeah.
I don't know. I like doing it at night for some reason.
The
But
snow, right?
yeah, plow the snow. Exactly. Not. Yes. So thank you for Crispy that joined us earlier, and Tyler and Zonalar for joining me for that show. Thank you for the people that joined live and chat, and very generous night with the super chat
Mhm.
too. Like it's rare that I get any, and I don't tend to ask for any either, right? I'm just like, but always appreciate it, I guess. Yeah. So thank you very
Yeah.
much for Law Dog and Kidolo, right?
Mhm.
And for everybody that participated in chat, obviously you don't need, like, it's a small channel, so I don't get that many chat messages. I try to keep up with it as much as I can, so I don't want to keep the conversation between the paywall.
All right.
And thank you for everybody that's gonna watch on the replay. If you made it that far, it's 4 hours now.
Jeez. Yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna play an outro video, I think, and then I'm gonna wrap that up. What do you think?
Nice. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds good.
It's already
And thank
set
you,
up.
St. James. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say now? Yeah.
Oh, just being
Oh.
flattering.
We are
Yeah.
the best. That is objectively true.
We have combined, some years of experience. Let's find some fake metrics, guys. We gotta start
Yeah.
spitting them out here. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
there you go.
three of
There
us
you go.
combined is more than
Everybody like and subscribe, man.
That's
You're very
true,
generous.
That's true.
Thank you, Law Dog, man. Yeah. All right, take care, guys. And we'll see you next time. Might have a game night tomorrow or not, depending on how Phil goes with his schooling. His school. But anyway, stay tuned, and we're gonna show next time. Bye.
Bye bye.
You've seen our session of the Ultimate Number Challenge. Now it's your turn to take a crack at it. Just get your group together. No big planning required. No long-term commitment required. They're just one shot. If it's not great, it doesn't matter. You're still gonna have a good time. You're still gonna learn a lot. So here's how it goes. Step 1. You roll for the GM. Everybody involved need to be on the list. No pussying out. Step 2. Roll for a setting. Make a list of 20 settings of different vagueness. Here's our current one. Use that one if you want. Make your own. I don't care. Step 3. Roll for tone. This is for both GM and players. The tone should be present in the session. Doesn't have to be the only tone. Doesn't have to be wall to wall. But we should be able to tell, to see it. Then you stream the whole thing, or you can record. No editing allowed if you record. Record from the time, like the video should contain the rolling, and save a few minutes at the end to discuss the experience. What you like, what you didn't like, what you learn, what you do differently. Then upload the video on YouTube, tag me into it so I can watch it. There you go. The Ultimate No Prep Challenge. Get together and play.